Call this meeting to order. This is City Council, Monday, June the 9th, 2025. You'd stand with us with the invocation of Pledge of Allegiance. Heavenly Father, we love you. We thank you, Lord, for your love toward us, toward this city, this community, and all those represented here tonight. God, we just ask God for you to give us your wisdom and direction in everything that we do. Let it be done decently and in order. And Lord, that we would produce, God, what you call us to do. And we thank you, Lord, for the increase. And we just bless each one here tonight in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I had a couple of presentations. I'm going to start off with a proclamation. Is Miss Anna Conkdale with us tonight? There she is. All right, you're going to make your way up. I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation, and then we'll do a pick together. And this is in regards to Juneteenth. And whereas Juneteenth or Juneteenth Independence Day commemorates the traditional observance of the end of slavery to the United States and is observed annually on June the 19th. And whereas President Abraham Lincoln declared, in giving freedom to the slave, we assured freedom to the free, honorable alike in what we give and what we preserve, we shall nobly save, meanly lost, and our last best hope on earth. And whereas on January the 1st, 1863, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation declaring that all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of the state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, and shall be then, thenceforth, and forever free. And whereas President Lincoln correctly believed slavery is to be a violation of the principle of the Declaration of Independence, and that its abolition represented a new birth of freedom for the United States, and whereas more than 2 years would pass before the news reached African Americans living in Texas, and when on June the 19th, 1865, Lincoln General Gordon Granger and his regiment arrived in Galveston and spread the word that slavery had been abolished. And whereas the following year, the first official Juneteenth celebration took place in Texas and has continued across the United States throughout the years. And whereas emancipation in Florida was proclaimed in Tallahassee on May 20th, 1865. And for this reason, Floridians traditionally celebrate Emancipation Day on May 20th. And whereas Juneteenth is the oldest national celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery, and whereas Juneteenth is an important opportunity to honor the principles of the Declaration of Independence and celebrate the achievements and contributions African Americans have made and continue to make in Florida and across our nation. Now, therefore, I, Bob Campbell, by virtue of authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Phoenix Springs, Florida, do hereby proclaim the day of June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth Independence Day and in the city of Phoenix Springs, and urge all citizens of our community to join me in commemorating the end of slavery with a celebration of Juneteenth. All right. All right, y'all, come on. Stand with us.
She and I go to the same church together, so I'm going to sit here next to her.
There we go. Let's hold up where they can see that. Thank you very much. All right. God bless. All right. We got one more to do. I'm not good at reading while I'm standing up. I think I'm going to sit down again. All right. And this has to do with a very, very, very special team right here in our own hometown and community of the Phoenix Springs Little League Girls Machine Pitch Softball District 1 champions. And we want to say congratulations to the Phoenix Springs Little League All-Star Girls Machine Pitch Softball team What an incredible win for our local All-Star girls as they achieve an amazing milestone by winning District 1 championship. Your hard work, dedication, teamwork have truly paid off, and we couldn't be prouder of each and every one of you. From the outset of this season, it was clear that this group of talented players had something special. They demonstrated outstanding skills on the field, but more importantly, they showed true sportsmanship, resilience, and camaraderie that captured the hearts of the fans and the families alike. Every practice, every game, every moment spent together helped build a strong team spirit and ultimately led to the impressive championship victory. We would also like to thank the coaches of their hard work and dedication, Trey Williams, Donnie Hicks, Matt Campbell, and Taylor Troop. As we present you with a certificate, remember that this win is a testament to your hard work and perseverance. You have not only represented Funiac Springs with pride, but have inspired young athletes in our community to dream big and aim high. Congratulations once again to the Funiac Springs Little League All-Star Girls Machine Pitch Softball team. Cherish the unforgettable moment. You've earned it, every bit of it, and we can't wait to see what the future holds for each one of you. So if you'd come, coaches and teams. You can just squeeze right here.
It might be a little shorter for the picture.
Yeah.
Hey, congratulations.
Hey, girl. There you go. Keep going. All right. Do we have a coach? Our coach is?
Unfortunately, they were not able to make it.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll do it like this right here. How about that? Wait a minute. Let me do this. We'll do it like this.
All right.
Thank you.
Todd, you tie that up for a minute.
Amanda.
All righty. We're so thankful for our little ones and great congratulations. All right. We're going to move right on into the meeting and we'll start with the consent agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve as written, or if you have some things that need to be removed, please tell me now.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion
With
second.
removals.
All right, go
Mayor,
ahead.
I'd like to remove item D2,
D2,
F1, and G1 for discussion.
F1, G1. Tell me where you want to put this.
Mayor, we can move all three of those. If you're comfortable with it, we'll just make it, well.
What were those again?
D2,
Okay.
F1, and G1.
Okay, Mayor, we'll move those, in the order in which they've been taken off to a 4B, 1, 2, 3. So therefore, 3D2 will become 4B1. Oh, sorry. 3D2 will become 4B1. 3F1 will become 4B2, and 3G1 will become 4B3.
Perfect.
Motion to approve with those changes.
Second.
All right, motion second. All in favor, say aye. We're starting with, are you next, Amy?
I don't recall,
I
but I'll
think-
be happy to.
I think
Aye.
so.
I think
Go
so.
ahead.
Josh
Aye.
was first last time. All right.
Aye.
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 It's carried. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to the regular agenda. If there are any deletions or adds,
Motion to
I
approve.
think Councilman Coaston has one, but I have the one from the workshop. So if everyone wants to do that, we'll add that to 4C12 and we'll title it, discussion and direction on hiring freeze,
4C12.
4C12.
That's, hiring freeze. Now, Mr. Dan, you want to add something?
Yes, sir. I'd like to add,
I mean, just give me a kind of a heads up title and I'll just make sure that the council's all right with it. I need at least 3 of them.
the Funiac Springs Airport funding.
Okay. All right. So he's wanting to add that to the agenda. I need
Is that part of 4B2?
No, this is totally new.
Totally new.
Make
That has to
that,
be a separate item, please.
yeah, just make a motion to do that and see if you get a second.
I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. And this is to add this to the agenda. And,
If I could give some explanation, that might help make your decision. There was some concerned citizens that put some stuff out on social media regarding some funding with our airport. And there was some questions on how it was being handled. And I think it would be in the best interest of the city to get out in front of this. I think there may have been some miscommunication. And I've talked to the city manager about it. I've talked to the city attorney about it. And they think it's a good idea to go ahead and get in front and put this out on the agenda.
okay. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes carried. All right, where
Mayor,
do we want to put this?
We'll put it under 9C2. That'll be the second item under Councilman Coaston.
C2, okay, this is the airport. Okay, so we need a motion to approve with changes.
A motion to approve with changes.
Second.
The motion is second. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes carried. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to our regular agenda with 4C1 under Mr. Townsend.
Well, Mayor, we will, the additions we have under 4B.
I'm
So
sorry, let me go to 4B. 4B1, that was Miss Amy's.
Okay. This was originally D2.
Mhm.
And it just has to do with bank signature cards, but correct me if I'm wrong, does the mayor pro tem need to be added to that language based on our policy?
So we'll separate things. The letter we're asking for is to update the content information from the bank for
Mhm.
authorized users to be for the bank and for our investment accounts of the bank. And then the cards themselves, credit cards, yes, we will be getting an updated credit card. Since you are now Mayor Pro Tem, there will be a city credit card in your name under
Okay.
that designated position. We
Yeah,
don't need
and
authority
just to be
do that.
transparent,
Mhm.
it wasn't on there, so
Yep.
that's the reason. I
And to the
pulled it.
letter for authorized users, if the council's okay with it, we will add you to the mayor, yourself, myself, and Danielle in our respective positions.
And it's based on position, right?
Yes,
It's not,
position, not
okay.
individual.
Mhm.
Motion to approve update contact information with Trustmark Bank.
Second.
All right, motion second. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes carried. And now with the Triumph Coast.
Give me a second to find that one. Okay. This has a contract. And when I started to read the language of the contract, I'm not sure if we can, my goal would be to suspend this until the next meeting to have time to digest it. But there are several very concerning items in here, especially in lieu of what we just discussed at the budget meeting. Could we just, without me going through line by line or paragraph by paragraph, can we just extend this for another meeting?
That's it's up to the council. The
Otherwise,
Triumph
I'll
Gulf
be,
Coast Board has this on before them this Friday the 13th, but it's okay. We've talked to staff. We did a term sheet. They are fine with their board approving it first and the council second. But we would need to be, relatively soon thereafter, make a decision whether we're going to approve or deny. So we don't have to do it tonight.
I'd like
but-
an opportunity to speak with our city attorney in reference to a lot of the language that's in here, because it's committing us to a lot of things that we're giving away our obligation over to a different board, and that's concerning to me.
That's up to the council.
Yes.
Have we gotten, is Clay, have you gone over this?
I've approved it as the form and legal sufficiency, which is what I do before it hits your agendas.
Uh-huh.
Now, in terms of what you want in it or what you don't, that's always your discussion. So if there's material terms that the council wishes to negotiate differently, that is to your request. But I have compared it to other Triumph Gulf Coast awards, both that I've been involved with and that I have seen them issued in public record. I've reviewed it consistent to the other agreements we have, specifically the Job Growth Grant Fund, and I believe it is consistent as to form and legal sufficiency of what we can approve.
Let me outline just a couple of my concerns, if you don't mind, and
No,
that
no,
way,
no,
then that
not
might,
at all.
then y'all can decide.
Sure.
But the first one was just a clarification on, I thought we were talking about 500 net jobs, and this agreement is only talking about 100. Then the next thing is, it says that we have to have matching funds, if I understand this properly, of $6.7 million. Here we are talking about cutting our budget. I'd like to know where those matching funds are going to come from. The next item that was concerning was Triumph shall have the right to approve the company's wages and leases. So we're not even going to have the opportunity to approve our own leases, companies, or wages on the things that are going out there. So that was problematic for me. It also appears that this is a reimbursable grant, and I'm curious, here we are talking about funding issues. Where's all this upfront money of this 4.7 million that they're going to give us come from in advance, and how long, what's the turnaround time? The next item was restriction on the use of revenues. And why are we giving over control of this to Triumph, to that nonprofit, to make all of our decisions? To me, there's just a lot of language like this that's taking it out of our control, that airport, and putting it in the hands of a nonprofit. I found this was, I don't know if this was a mistake, but this raised my eyebrows. The sentence is under termination and suspension of the project. If the city abandons before completion, finally discontinues this project, or for any reason, the commencement, prosecution, or timely completion of the project by the grantee is rendered improbable, infeasible, impossible. I just thought that word prosecution, I don't even know what they were trying to say, if that was just a mistake. Then the last sentence of that says, the grantee shall, upon demand by Triumph, remit to Triumph every penny that we've taken in advance to them on demand if they request so. Here we are talking again about budget cuts, and do we have the capacity to, if we take that $4 million, to pay it back instantly, or whichever portion thereof that has been. Anyway, there's a lot of language like this. I can go on and on and on. So I really would like to postpone it to have the opportunity to talk to the
Cody,
city
do you want to
attorney.
address a few of those? I can cover some of them as well right here if it helps, because I think there's some pretty easy explanations from the legal standpoint. I don't know if you want to talk about the policy standpoint. I'll broadly comment on the legal standpoint if Kobe is prepared to. So I'm kind of going in reverse order. So with regard to prosecution being used there, that's not an uncommon phrase. In fact, you see it used often in documents that have nothing to do with criminal prosecution. Is it referring to the continuation of a course of action with a view to its completion? So and that is the definitional that you can pull from the New Oxford American Dictionary. Black's Law Dictionary has a similar dictionary. So when you're dealing with the continuation of any course of action with a view to its completion, what that means for us in practical terms is, are we taking steps towards an end of this project that would actually get us to an end? Or are we just running in a circle that's never going to get us an end? So I see no problem with the word prosecution there. I did not when I read it. I do admit that it is somewhat, it somewhat seems odd, but with that definitional language, it is not at all uncommon in there. When we're dealing with as we're coming back up, Triumph does reserve the right to approve companies' wages and leases. That is not in derogation of our approval. It is in addition thereto. So what they've done is they have the right to make those approvals. Doesn't mean they will, but we have to approve them. And then Triumph has the ability, they have 30 days from the receipt to approve or disapprove it. And a failure to take action shall be deemed approval. Now, from what I understand, looking around and looking at other groups that have entered into this, most of the time Triumph does not exercise that right, but they do retain that right in case they believe you're bringing in someone that would not actually be consistent with the terms of that. If they think you're putting somebody in that's not going to fulfill the terms of the grant, they're going to go ahead and tell you that up front straight away. Now, at the same time, very few instances I can find of Triumph ever having said that. I know we have the EDA project the mayor's familiar with, Councilman Beerbaum. We brought in projects out there under the former executive director of the EDA's tenure that we know to satisfy the job requirements. But we took out that, well, we'll get them in the future. We won't now. Triumph never said a word to us about them, about any of those coming in that didn't meet approval. Same way with the use restriction of revenue. We're supposed to provide them records concerning the receipt and the use of it. They've asked that when we do get revenue from this, it be used for economic development activities that would not supplant or otherwise deduct the funding of economic activities that we would otherwise do, and that it otherwise be for the operation, maintenance, and repair of the facility itself. So all they're asking you to do is reinvest into the actual project or other economic development related to the project that you wouldn't already be doing. So in terms of that, those are very consistent use restrictions with what Triumph does. I have no problem negotiating back against that if that's what this council's desire is. But I do want the council to be aware, when we went through this agreement top to bottom, Triumph's form and their agreement are somewhat arduous. But they are no more arduous than what this council already approved entering into under the Job Growth Grant Fund. In fact, it may be a little less arduous in some aspects. And ultimately, we play somewhat by the state's ball game. I'll let Kobe talk about the 100 net new job discussion and how that works. I don't think I missed any of the legal points she brought up, but if I need to pair it off of any of yours, I can, Kobe.
So, Council, I'm going to try to hit them. I may have missed a couple. We'll get to them. But the jobs first. So, Job Growth Grant Fund through the Department of Commerce had a 500 job requirement. So, that was 200 directly, 300 indirectly. Triumph typically base their grants off one of two things, either jobs or certifications, some sort of education. We went through the job aspect because we were going through infrastructure money. So, based off the money we are getting at $4.229 million, they did 100 jobs. So it's an average salary of $42,209. Typically, Triumph wants those jobs to be standalone on themselves. But the way we've worked with them, we've structured the contract. They are allowing their 100 jobs to be duplicates of Job Growth Grant Fund's first 100. So instead of having to create 600, we only have to create 500, which is a plus for the city from multiple fronts. One, it's not as many. Two, the compliance is less. They've also been very amenable to making sure that their agreement is very closely associated with Job Growth Grant Fund to reduce compliance costs. Because there's been a habit of prior applicants, not city, to try to come back for and ask for compliance money. I've seen one in the tune to $850,000 just to comply with their requirements. So it was enticing to them to try and reduce ours so we don't come back and ask for that compliance money. They've set a precedent now where we'll ask for those funds if needed. So we want to reduce that. In terms of the grant, yes, it is a reimbursable grant. Typically, the state will only do one reimbursement per month is what they will accept. So as we receive invoices, a grants coordinator will process that with the airport operations manager. They will confirm that was completed. They'll do those forms. We'll pay the contractor. We will then turn around and put a packet together to send to the state. And the state has typically returned those within the next month, the funds in which we've expended. So it is a reimbursable grant, like is probably 100% of the grants we have to this point are all reimbursable grants. The funding, so there are 5 funding sources that make up the number you see in the agreement, which is $6,751,550. So you have the Job Growth Grant Fund contract, which was $3,051,550, which we do have a contract signed with that, approved by both the council and DOC. Next is $1 million appropriations from FDOT for the access road, which is now in a grant agreement. We do have that. And then the next 3 are work plan dollars from FDOT. So in 2025, we had $1.5 million in work plan dollars. We do have a grant agreement for that. You all approved that here a few months back. And a part of that narrative and the understanding of the state is we are coming back the next 2 years for their work plan dollars for this project as well, which would be $900,000 in DOT 26 and $300,000 in DOT 27, which comes up with your $6.751 million. Triumphs would be the $4,229,000. That would a cumulative amount of $10,908,550. That money will do the access road, the hangars, and the apron, which is the project. I am still working with county admin on the easement we discussed on that side of the airport, as well as the West Live Oak entrance. So we are working to that currently, but that's the funding for the project. We did that through the FDOT work plan money because I think we've all seen it. I think it's been a very consistently as council to finish projects, to not just accumulate a bunch of money in random spaces and not put them together. So we diverted funds from other things with the DOT to do this. We have not, under my purview, and since I've been here, used taxpayer money to pay for these projects. Yes, in theory, we all pay taxes to the state of Florida. State attorney gives a grant. But in terms of city taxes collected, we do not make a transfer to the airport. The airport is a self-sustaining fund that pays for itself. And these projects are being funded through grant money. So that's the three. Is there any more questions, Councilwoman, that I missed?
Turnaround time for the agreements. So we
Reimbursements
have
are
to
typically a
upfront, okay. And what about, where's the initial funding coming from? Do you have all these other grants that you said are funding these? Or is that cash in our bank that we can use to pay for the things that we have to pay for, then to ask it from another granting agency?
So
Or is it have to come from our general fund first
it's up
to,
Ms. McDaniel would have to look every time they make a payable to see where the funds come from and book that, and then be sure to reimburse that booking whenever we get it back. But I'm unaware of any grants the city gets where the agency puts the money up front. They're all reimbursed,
Exactly.
100%. We have no funds on hand from the grants. We pay for them, get reimbursed. But when it comes to how we pay those, that's up to Ms. McDaniel on how we fund that every payable and reimburse that account.
thank you. So I'm asking for an extension until the next cycle, was my request.
Mayor, if she's unclear and wants to look through it a little closer, do you see any problem in putting it off for the
Make
next
a motion.
meeting?
I make it a motion that we postpone this until the next meeting.
Second,
I have a motion second. Any questions?
getting some clarification won't hurt a thing.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So we have been working on the Triumph application for an extended period of time. I wish we would have known that this would have been pulled off the consent agenda so that Liberty Partners could have represented their side of this. I know they've done a tremendous amount of work on this. This is a massive investment by the city or by the state. So we received money from the governor through the Job Growth Grant Fund, and then they have now paired this up with Triumph Gulf Coast to make a massive $10 million investment into our airport for us to bring jobs to this city that pay at least $42,000 a year, if not more. And we all know aviation jobs are going to pay more. And a lot of these jobs don't require 4-year degrees. They're certificate-based degrees or certificate-based jobs. It is a win-win for the city, but we can't complete this project with one without the other. So we can't approve the Job Growth Grant Fund, which is what we've already done, and then turn around and not approve the Triumph Grant Fund. The project doesn't compute. So we have worked on this for a long time. I think we should approve it. There's nothing in this contract that's out of the norm. I think it is a win for the city for us to capture from the state level $10 million and bring it to this city. That is a win for us as a city.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not saying that we're not going to approve this. I'm not saying that I want to deny it. What I'm saying is there's language in here that's problematic to me, especially in light of what we just went through with these budget discussions and us having to front all of this money. The agreement just got done at our last meeting in May, so this is the first time I've seen it. I'd like the opportunity to read it in full. And these were just the first 3 pages that issues came up. So
Okay.
all I'm asking for is an extension of 2 weeks.
You have something?
Yeah, I want clarification on these dates, completion dates that are associated with these grants. Kobe, like this one in particular, they all have dates, right, to get these things done, or we'd lose our money potentially, right? So I have a concern with putting these things off when the state has done so much to put it in motion. And Liberty Partners has worked really hard on this as well. I have to have confidence in our legal counsel to go over these things and look at these and give us advice, because I mean, what else can we do? We're kind of on a timeline here with these things.
Mayor,
Yes.
y'all know I'm a big proponent of the airport, and I've been working in the background real hard to push some things forward. Is 2 weeks, that's our next meeting, 2 weeks from now, right? Is 2 weeks going to mess up the timeline just for some clarification?
So is
Their
Kobe,
schedule.
so as Kobe noted, they're gonna be reviewing and approving this agreement this Friday. What I would tell you is, we can say we're gonna wait, but if we've got changes, we need to talk about them tonight. Because if they approve this Friday and then we come back and say, no, we're not approving it, we want additional language, we're now very much delaying the project with Triumph. That their expectation would be that if there's problems with the material terms of the agreement, they would be discussed tonight. The contract mirrors the material terms of the agreement of the term sheet. I know, Kobe, you reviewed it. I mean, did you see any material terms in your opinion, in terms of performance based?
No, they're consistent with the term sheet and what we have expressed at Triumph.
Okay, Kobe.
And I would say from a legal perspective, I mean, there's a lot of legal verbiage. in
Okay,
this,
I
but
got it.
doesn't
I got
change
it.
that.
I got it. Kobe, we just got finished with a pretty long drawn out budget meeting where we discussed layoffs, job freezes, things of that nature.
Tim?
We're trying to figure out how our budget's going to be. Is there anything that's going to come out of our budget toward this Triumph grant?
No, so this project, which is the East Side Hangar 18, 19, 20 development, is 100% grant funded. So
And it's not going to cost the taxpayers a penny.
every dime of this project is grant funded through DOT, Department of Commerce, or Florida Gulf Coast Triumph.
And you're telling me it's time sensitive? Like we need to make a decision
So there's two deadlines associated with this grant. There is a construction completion deadline, which is December 31st, 2027. And then there is a completion date of the job creation, which is December 31st, 2031. So they could consider that period between 2027 and 2031, the ramp up period is what they call it, to get jobs created, this 100 jobs. So those are the deadlines. So from where we're at today in terms of a construction perspective, it is to be completed by December 31st of 2027.
And they need a response from us from this meeting tonight, right now?
It would be preferable.
We got a lot of things we gotta do fast. This is just one of them.
Kobe, you need to clarify your statement because you said it's 100% grant funded, which I understand. But it's not up, initially, you have to use ad valorem tax dollars or somebody else's sources of revenue, whether it's sales tax but you have to use revenues collected in the general fund in order to front the cost, and then you get the grant money. And that process takes many days, 45, 60 days sometimes to.
And do we have that money in general fund, or are we going to have to take it out of water and sewer again?
When those things are submitted, Mr. Daniel will look at the amount of the cost of the invoice. She will determine what fund to take it out of that can healthily support the expenditure to reimbursement. It may be the water fund, maybe the sewer fund, it may be the general fund. Who knows, is whatever she sees that can viably hold that expenditure until the reimbursement.
And how much upfront money are we going to need to?
It depends. So
4.2 million.
No.
So an invoice could be $200,000, it could be $95,000, it could be $600,000. It just depends on what the amount of invoice and the work completed in that month.
Could it be 4.2 million?
No.
In total.
No.
In cumulative, to Councilwoman
And
Heather's point, I think in fairness, the total amount that we will advance, for which will be reimbursed, and we will advance in steps and stages and be reimbursed in commensurate steps and stages, is $4.2 million. Now, what the highest amount of that invoice is, we can't tell you, but you're not gonna be invoiced for the whole project up front in full.
Okay. Are we
We wish they'd
budgeted?
send us at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, if they'd send us 4.2 million after they've done the whole project, we'd probably make that work in a heartbeat. But that's not how it's gonna work.
Are we budgeted for that?
We will be. So if we get to, we will not get to the Triumph money this fiscal year. You will not get the Triumph or job growth grant fund. Those dollars are solely, they are guided toward construction of the project. Other funds are constructed to design, which is the $1 million appropriation and the $1.5 million for DOT work plan. When you see the budget fiscal year 26, you will see a lot of these funds budgeted in the airport budget. So as we get to them, we have something to pull off of. You'll see revenue and you'll see expenditure to offset those costs.
So while we need to decide tonight, because Triumph Gulf Coast pays attention to what we do. I can tell you, as someone that has sat in on their meetings, they pay attention to what we do. If we send them the wrong message tonight, we put this entire project in jeopardy, first and foremost. Number two, this is not new. We've received the term sheet. We've reviewed the term sheet. The term sheet has been presented to us. I received this document that we're asking to be approved Wednesday or Thursday of last week. Reviewed it, talked to Clay, talked to Kobe, had ample time to address concerns. This is not something that has just popped up at 4 p.m. today on a Monday. There has been ample time to look at this in multiple steps along the way. And it's all been done openly and in the public. And each of us has had an opportunity to review it. So this is not a rushed decision. So if there was concerns about it, they should have been brought up Thursday, Friday, or even today. I don't think it's fair, and I think it sends the wrong signal for us to suddenly yank this off the agenda and not approve it when it's going to Triumph Gulf Coast on Friday for approval. I think we send the wrong message if we don't approve it tonight.
Well,
And as far as these grant reimbursements go, for the entire time I've been here, this is standard operating procedure. When we get a grant, like for example, the Hollow Brotherhood grants, at this point, we've gotten over $1 million in grants for that Hollow Brotherhood. And all along the way, invoice after invoice, we paid it, we then submitted, and we received a reimbursement from the state. We know the state's going to pay. It's just like the Federal Reserve. We know they're going to pay. So the idea that we're out some money, yes, we technically are. Cash exchanges hands. But we are reimbursed in an appropriate amount of time, and that does not affect our day-to-day operations here at the city.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
ample steps, as you put it. I have a business that I'm running on the outside, and I'm sorry, I did not get to this on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. And I would like to talk to our legal counsel in reference to some of my concerns. And again, this grant for Triumph itself was just done at our last meeting. So, the language just coming forward, it's problematic for me, and I can foresee problems for the city. So, I need more time than just 3 days notice to say, this is a big document, and I'm not trying to stall the airport project. It's going to proceed. It's been approved, but this particular portion of it has not, and I'd like more time to digest it and talk to legal counsel about it.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to delay till the next meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Aye.
Before I ever said it, she's already said
I
aye.
know there's no public comment on continuance. That's an internal discussion.
Yeah,
of council.
we're still in, believe it or not. Consent agenda stuff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Nays carry.
Motion to approve Triumph application or agreement.
Second.
I have a motion second to approve. All in favor, say
Oh,
aye.
now you got public comment.
Okay, all right.
Can on continuance,
All
that's
right,
internal.
fine. We'll open for public comment. Go ahead.
I felt it necessary. Uriah Matthews, for the record. URIAH Matthews, 2 T's. Councilwoman Hevelin, something just to be aware of, and I don't know if your state of Florida grants qualify, but last year, Representative Abbott passed some legislation or got some legislation passed at the state that allows some Florida grants to actually be paid out in advance, so that reimbursement does not need to take place. That is a limited number of grants. I don't know exactly which ones qualify and which ones you have open, but I would just say that the state of Florida actually recognizes this conundrum, and rural communities, which we are in a designated rural county, I believe will qualify. They're just getting this process started, so it might be something to look into.
Mr. Mayor, can we have Tim speak?
Again?
Can we have Tim from Liberty Partners speak?
Certainly, yeah. Come ahead. Tim, if you'd come as soon as she gets done.
Michelle Kitch, y'all got to be prepared for the meetings. I've been to 2 meetings lately, and I hear excuses of why you're not prepared. That's not an excuse. If you don't want to be on this board, get off.
All right, Tim.
Good evening, Tim Parson, Vice President of Liberty Partners. Just wanted to touch on a few things. You may recall last July, several of you went over to Pensacola and attended a ceremony with Governor DeSantis with the announcement of the Job Growth Grant Fund Award. That was a big day in Defuniac's history to have a project like that selected by Governor DeSantis. We've worked closely with his agency, the Department of Commerce, for the last year or two on getting this project in proper position that they might be supportive of. And what had been conveyed to us was that this project went to the governor's desk, and this was something that he felt strongly about, wanted to see this project here in Defuniak Springs. This sort of piggybacks with comments that he made when he came to Defuniak a few years ago after he signed the budget that included funding for the airport. And he talked about how much potential there was here in Defuniak Springs and out at the airport. So I know we were excited when that Job Growth Grant Fund award came to Defuniak Springs. It's a very competitive grant. There's about 25 million statewide that's spread out, from Pensacola to Miami. And to see Defuniak Springs be a recipient of that was pretty special. And then really based off that award, we were able to kind of strengthen our argument to Triumph Gulf Coast. We've been up in front of you several times. We've talked about how Walton County had received the lowest amount of funding in the 8 impacted counties, and that there needed to be something done about that. We've worked hard the last couple of years to get funding from Triumph. It's not easy. It's a very difficult kind of code to crack. To have the jobs, the metrics and stuff that are going to be able to run through their very stringent economic analysis. And we feel like really the momentum that we got was based off the Job Growth Grant Fund Award, put us in a good position for Triumph to kind of finally get that approval. You may recall going back probably 7 years ago, the city was unsuccessful in applying for Job Growth Grant Fund Awards, unsuccessful in applying for Triumph Gulf Coast Awards. And, we've put the city in position to be awarded both of those in the last 12 months. So someone mentioned timelines. Some of them are aggressive. The Job Growth Grant Fund one is aggressive. We've been working closely with Commerce. There was, questions about whether or not that program was going to continue to be funded. They want to see, the job data. They want to be able to see projects like this turning dirt and providing jobs to the neighborhood. So I think Defuniak is in a tremendous position to benefit from that support. And, fortunately, they're in a position now to have those funds to be able to see this vision implemented. So any questions?
Any questions?
I would like to say that in the very short time I've been on this dais, I've had some excellent conversations with Tim and am actively engaged with him on some more airport improvements. We're not ready to disclose those yet. He's got a lot more hoops to jump on. He's been doing a great job. He's done a lot of hard work, and your words is a game changer for me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I wanted to add one other thing. If you had a chance to go and look at the application that was submitted to Triumph Gulf Coast, you'll notice a number of letters of support that accompany that application, including Congressman Dunn, Representative Shane Abbott. So a lot of folks are in support of what the city's trying to do. So, thank you.
Any other comments about the Triumph?
Joanne Crook, CROOK. What happens if the grant funds are pulled from the state?
I'm not sure I follow the question. What do you mean the grant funds are pulled from the state?
You've been granted the money, okay? If the state changes their mind and doesn't fund the grants, then what happens?
So these are monies that have already been appropriated. These are not future appropriations. And this specific one we're voting on tonight, the money is already in the Triumph Trust Fund.
Thank you.
Yeah, which, by the way, didn't come from taxpayers.
No, that's BP oil spill money.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else? All right. All in favor, say aye.
It's the language and terms that I have a problem with, and I don't believe we comply with it. So my answer is no.
Aye.
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 Ayes carried. Thank you very much. And now to the, what is that? The water meter?
It was the water
It'll be the
meters.
water meter.
Yes, sir. I pulled this only to make a comment and ask a couple questions. Water meters are kept in inventory, so I'm curious, the levels and at what level, what threshold do we repurchase water meters? I'd also, statistics I like to look at, especially in light of we're having budget problems. So I'd like to know how many do we have on hand? How many have we gone out and replaced? What's our reorder threshold? I understand talking to Kobe a little bit, even though he hasn't been able to pull the numbers for me, is they're transitioning from somebody's doing this on a manual basis. But I noticed this isn't the first time that we had purchased the water meters. So I want to approve this, but I wanted to share that information with you, that in light of what the exercises that we're doing, that we should look at these things to see what our process is, because these are big dollar ticket items.
So just a quick comment, because Councilwoman was referring to in terms of the inventory. Remember the council about 6-8 months ago, maybe approved a new module through Tyler, which is our new work order system and inventory system. Staff has finished training and they're implementing that now. So we will go from a manual input and keep it on spreadsheets to an internal input inside of Tyler, which will give alerts when the levels get to a certain point. So that's what we're converting to now. Randall just got back with me. Randall's our utility superintendent. He said we like to keep at least 30 on hand because of the cost of them. And in the case that we have multiple failures or unexpected new taps, but it varies depending on the schedule of new taps. So that is, they can see that out because they do have a long list of work orders. So they will keep on hand and work that way. So,
And does he have like a reorder threshold that we only allow it to get down to 10 because perhaps when we go to purchase them,
he likes to keep 30 at a time on hand
okay.
because of the cost of them and because of the lead time to get
So
them.
when it gets to 31, he realizes there's a
They
lead
start putting
time
orders.
and, okay, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion second. Any questions? Comments from anyone? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carry. Thank you very much. Now, Toby, I guess we'll go to 4C1, huh?
Yes, sir. Okay, Mayor, I think this is our third or fourth stab at this. I think it's our last one. The Walton County Community Health Improvement Plan Committee is the last board to be filled by the council. They are desirable to have a city representative. It does not have to be an elected official, and it is bi-monthly at 9 o'clock in the morning, one time in those 2 months. So if there's a member of the council who wishes to serve on that, by all means, please. If not, as we talked about last time, if you don't, I would recommend you appoint me to it. If I cannot be there, I'll send a designee.
Motion to approve the city manager or his designee.
No discussion.
Second.
Second.
Oh, the motion second. Any questions? Any questions? Comments? From
Okay,
anyone?
wait a minute. Right now, where you say appointments, if I wanted to suggest an appointment on another board, would that be allowable?
So it's up to the mayor and Clay, but we do have 2 more appointments later in the meeting. The mayor and I talked about that. They're later in the meeting because they were individual items submitted.
What was?
Okay, do you remember a few meetings ago, I said, I'm just going to throw this out there for y'all to think about, and I'm going to bring it up in the future. And I was suggesting that we have an aviation board made up of people who have spent their life and career in aviation to advise us. And it would be something like the planning commission is with Walton County. They can make suggestions, they can give advice, but the BCC is not, they don't have to listen to it. If they don't like the advice they're getting, they just turn a deaf ear to it. But you've said that you haven't had a good experience with the first one we had, and that's why you weren't receptive to it. So we've had some bad experiences and went through a lot of city managers, but that doesn't mean we quit getting a city manager. We finally got a good one, and I'm hoping he's going to be here for 20 years or more. But just because something doesn't work out one time, doesn't mean you never try it again. And if anybody from the previous board applies, since that's already got a bad taste in your mouth, they wouldn't be considered. we put fresh people on here, people who are either in or have spent their life in aviation. And if we've got some questions, they could be our think tank and maybe help us grow this airport as we hope it will. So is this a good time to say?
Well, it's actually not part of the agenda.
Yeah, we'll need that as a separate
But
agenda item.
if you want to draft something up, bring it to the next meeting, be glad to.
Because it would require the creation of that committee.
Yeah.
Okay,
Looking at the agenda item, it's a continuation of the April item.
Yeah. But,
So that's kind of where our hands
yeah, we can
are
pick
tied.
that up
We have a
on,
motion and a second on the floor, Mr. Rafferty.
say again?
We have a motion and a second on the floor to appoint city manager.
Oh, city manager, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, any other questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carry. Thank you for the reminder. All right, on 4C2, four-way stop.
Thank you, Mayor. As you all recall, the council a few months back voted to put in a four-way stop at East Live Oak and 12th Street. Since then, look for my date here. Since then, I've had staff remove it in my direction. The reason for that was since we have put it in, DOT has changed the traffic route at 331 and 90 due to the construction. So seeing it and going up and down that street every day to go home, I did see the increased traffic on there. And some may seem that to be, not understand, more traffic, we want more control. But I did have concerns with backing up on a 331 with a number of people being rerouted and using it as a detour. I see it and I walked up and down that street with my family. And on top of that, I have a concern about potential accidents. And again, it may seem to the opposite, but when you have people who are unaware or unused to new traffic and you put people in there who are not from here, you could have an issue. So I did have it removed for those reasons, and mostly because DOT has changed the traffic route at a very vital intersection of the city. So I did have it removed.
Okay.
Mr. Townsend, is it your intent to have the necessary studies done in conjunction with DOT based on them giving you that information after they finish those traffic improvements so we can determine the traffic pattern in that area?
Absolutely.
Do we have a pop?
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
say again?
I understand that, and we've had that conversation, the traffic rerouting and more traffic there and a potential backup. And I get it, I understand. My concerns with this whole thing is that, when this was decided, that was March 10th, by the way, when the council voted to install those signs. The council made that decision. And although I now know that we didn't necessarily have to make that decision, that is the decision that a city manager can make. However, since it was made in this venue with this council, I have concerns about it being approached by other council members to possibly urge that these signs be removed. In the first place, I was a vote against the signs, and the reason I was because I didn't have enough information really to determine whether there was a safety issue there or not. There were no traffic records provided and discussed about citations issued or warnings, speeding violations, traffic accidents involving pedestrians. None of that did we base our information on. We based it simply on a concern of citizens. And so the consensus was, after that vote passed 3-2, Councilwoman Hevelin voted against it as well. I respect that. I respect all of you. And when this council makes a decision like that, whether it was our purview at that time or not, we took it. And it was seen in the public eye. And when this is discussed with each of us individually after the fact, and we give our opinion about whether it goes or not, some people didn't care one way or the other. Fact is, it was decided and it was voted on by the council. So I think it should have come back before the council. That's just my view on it. Because if trust is important, and public trust that is, and trust in each other. If that is important, and the public perception about transparency, the transparency part was when we decided to put the stop signs in the first place. That was in a public meeting. And so I just strongly feel that it should have been brought back to us. And this is not a criticism of Mr. Townsend whatsoever. He is doing a tremendous job for this city. And he is putting out so many fires on a daily basis into the night, every day. And we realize that. And so I would like to say, from my perspective, as a member of this council, it probably should have been his decision in the first place. But it doesn't change the fact that we did make the decision as a council. So I just strongly believe that it should be put to the council. And so I'd like to make a motion, if I may, at this time, that we reinstall the signs. And understanding now, Mr. Townsend has a plan and guidelines to evaluate stop signs. We shouldn't have to be talking about every stop sign in the city. For goodness sakes, that's what we.
Just for a minute.
Go ahead.
Clay, can he do that, being he was on the losing side of that vote?
Given the circumstance here, yes, I won't belabor everybody with parliamentary procedure, because at the end of the day, we have had an intervening act. And I'll simply say that, Mr. Townsend, I discussed this. My advice in almost every single instance, if the council votes, is the manager can't undo it. But what I would say is, if the council in 2005 votes to do something, and there's intervening information that comes up in the next 10 years, and a council in 2015 doesn't vote on it because the managers had new information and it was something within his authority always, which it was, then that's fine. I'm not sure why the passage of time in 10 years changes that from 2 months. I accept Mr. Townsend's position at face value that he received additional information that was not present at the time the council made its decision. And I think that does put it back into his general purview as the city manager to make the decision to place or remove those signages as the city manager would have in any other situation. However, Mr. Harrison and I have talked. I want to be very clear about that here. I've talked about this issue. We are in a different scenario given the fact that the council did previously take that up. So since the council had taken it up and made a decision, Mr. Townsend, unfortunately, given the timing of when the council voted to do it, the signs were then installed relatively close to our first meeting in May. And it was only after that that he got this additional information based on what happened with DOT. And we all know we didn't have a second meeting in May. This is the council's first time to take it up.
Okay.
In almost any other scenario, Mayor, I'm not so sure that I would be saying he could do this to start with.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure that I wouldn't be saying the reconsideration rule applies, but he's not actually asking to reconsider the council's prior action. He's actually asking to reinstate the prior action that he voted against, which is saying not to undo the prior action of the council, but to see the prior action of the council enforced. So we've got about 5 different things that are incredibly unique scenarios, but the motion is properly and will take.
Fine. Okay. All right.
So is there this, are we having continued discussion on this?
If there's a second.
Well, he's satisfied me.
Okay.
That he can make the motion.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes, sir.
could I ask if you would change your motion to where we would vote on a process per se, rather than just reinstatement and then collect some more facts? Because I definitely want to give the public a chance to talk, because I know they're wanting to. But I'm feeling ethically about this. I think that we need to establish a process rather than reinstatement. So I don't want to I don't want to make a second whenever I don't feel that that's the proper action at this point.
Well, with or without a second, Mayor, it is your call, but it is
Yeah.
my recommendation that item 6C be merged into this based on the discussion. And it appears this discussion directly relates to item 6C that says stop sign on Live Oak, East and South 12th, and let the public talk with or without a motion. I don't see, if we're gonna talk about it now, why we make them sit through the whole meeting.
Sure. I'm good with that. If the council's good with me to advance.
I'll make a motion for the sake of discussion, and then
Okay.
hopefully we can come to maybe a
All right.
substitute
All right, there's a
motion.
motion second. The motion was to reinstall, not to install, right?
No, to reinstall.
To reinstall.
To
Because,
reinstall.
yeah,
Okay. All right. Make sure I get.
So we had a motion. Did anyone second, Councilman
I did.
Harrison? Oh, you
I
did.
did.
Okay, you said motion. Okay, so second.
All right.
For discussion?
For discussion.
Yeah, so
I have discussion.
we'll go right ahead.
Okay, so to Josh's point, I'm confused. Do we have okay, you had mentioned that he has the authority to do it in the first instance. So why did it basically come to us? Is that correct? Is that what I heard you say? So do we truly have a policy? Okay,
I mean, the authority is granted
and
through the
under
charter and the
what,
code.
and under what part of the city manager's job are you authorized? That might be a Clay question that I want to understand,
Mhm.
because I think that we do need a policy if we're going to do this,
Mhm.
not just, because there's several people that are coming forward
Mhm.
now, and I need to better understand, do we have a policy? And if we don't, then we need to make one.
Mhm.
Before I would feel comfortable doing that as well.
Yeah,
So,
no,
Clay,
it's
under-
very similar to, when people call and they have stormwater issues, we may diverge that stormwater some way, which alters the
But
layout.
what I'm
of
hearing us
the
say
road.
is we're gonna pay for a traffic study. If you have the authority and the knowledge to do it, why do I need a traffic study to tell me?
Well, I would like, so my,
that-
my thing to bring back would be to bring back a policy that's how we go about establishing this. So when someone puts in a request for a stop sign or a speed bump or a crosswalk, internal study is done. So we would not go get an external entity, not an engineer. We would have a policy in-house and take as limited human manpowers and resources as possible to do that study. Polk County does that in the state. We would mirror what they do on a smaller scale because they're much bigger. It not only does speed study, traffic count, and take into consideration all those factors, but it also takes consideration the public, the ones who live on the street and the ones who don't live on the street, through a petition style form and things of that nature. So you get the full picture, and that policy would establish criteria. If that criteria is met, it's warranted to put in. If it's not met, it's not put in. And there could be a appeal section down there. That could be appealed by so many people, and if so, it comes to the council, and the council has final decision always on just about anything.
So that policy, do they have a criteria in this other cities on what they would look at then to measure whether, okay.
I would
Thank you.
want the council
Thank you
to
for the
adopt that
clarification.
policy. But broadly, the manager does have authority under the day-to-day oversight of the city. And I think specifically, he's granted authority that he has the ability to supervise the receipt, logging, and response to complaints related to city services and other matters, and would respond to those requests and where possible, develop a solution.
I think
The
my
extent that this is-
misunderstanding was we used the words traffic study. I didn't think we were equipped to do a traffic
I think
study.
they call it a traffic calming study is what they call it, but it's an internal
So it might-
process.
Yeah, it's not a full mobility study.
Okay.
No, definitely not that.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll have some comments. I'm just letting the dice go first. Go ahead.
So my issue is not about policies. If we had those in the first place, we wouldn't be talking about this right now.
Mhm.
The problem is I received some emails that questioned whether there were shenanigans that took place by a council member. I'm not calling any names, and I wasn't going to share these emails, but this concern is not me individually. This is from constituents. The comment was, how did a project voted on by the full council get swept away without any notice? Okay, there's that. Suspect shenanigans, refers to it as shady action. Mr. Townsend is not a shady guy. He's not going to do anything shady, okay? He is honestly trying to do the best job he can do. So I am not criticizing his actions whatsoever. I want to make that very clear. But the things that we need to fix here with my motion is about public trust and fixing that. I think that trust and our transparency is more important than these two stop signs. I voted no against the stop signs, but we have to maintain our transparency to the public. We can't have people saying, we're not being transparent, we're not being honest, we're reversing council decisions and all that. Again, nothing derogatory about Mr. Townsend in the least here. He's under a lot of pressure from all of us all the time. That's just the nature of the beast. But I know the rest of this council wants to keep this man in place. And we can admit our mistakes. I admitted our mistake, or my mistake, is taking part in something that I didn't know we didn't have, that we should have allowed him to do in the first place. But that was my ignorance, okay, on that. I admit it, I acknowledge, I own it. However, I think we've got to fix this trust thing, because that's the thing that can get out of control for us all. And even though I don't like to have to stop at that stop sign, I don't live on that street, but I get it. And it doesn't mean, and by the way, I received 0 complaints from anyone in this city about those stop signs. 0. I received no complaints. I don't know about the numbers, but that's the other thing. There's no database. There's no record of any, unless they're emails. If there were phone calls, there's no record, so conversations that we have on the phone are not public record. And so what we do in public needs to stay in public. And so that's why I put this motion here. It's as much to correct the procedures that we went through and acknowledge the mistakes that were made and move forward. It's not about the signs, but in the meantime, those signs, in my view, can go back. Like I said, I received no complaints. And I'd be interested in knowing how many complaints everybody received from the public about the stop signs. But we made a decision based on a very few people that expressed concerns about putting them in the first place, but we made that decision, you see. But the decision was made by this council. So I just believe that we just need to get this straight and move forward. That's my opinion on it. So,
Yes, go ahead.
Councilman Harrison, would you be in support of a follow-on motion to define those procedures and support those procedures after we vote on this motion?
I think every stop sign in the city should be evaluated periodically. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, Kobe has presented the idea of coming back with some additional policy, and I think it kind of goes hat in hand with what you're talking about, in that we need to reinforce that there be a policy developed and brought back to us for approval. So I would like to see that there's some support for that as a follow-on motion to whatever the outcome of this motion is. And we can obviously discuss and flesh that out.
As a separate motion?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, likewise, the reason why I made the comments earlier was because of this conversation about the policy. I'm one that I really have my comments throughout this whole process have been, I supported it in the beginning. Councilman Valley was here at that time. Obviously, he had reached out to the supporting neighbors and in the community and felt like the stop sign needed to be there. That's something that I would like to see as part of this process that we're talking about. We made a joke about that. I've got one more stop sign for you during that time, and it was near my dad's house over there on College. But the thing is, it's one of those things where I would want to know from all the residents how they would feel about the impacts of something going in there, and is there a need for it to start with too. I've had maybe 2 complaints about this stop sign, but I haven't had anybody fuss about it really, like we have with the process of removing something that the council should have voted on to remove, being that we instated it. So I would like to hear from the residents to know if they feel that it does need to be there to help me with this vote on this motion.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my baptism in trial by fire, the day after I was elected, was being inundated with phone calls. I couldn't even go to church without people complaining to me what's up with the stop signs and why were they even put up. So as I was going through my process, I called up and asked the city attorney and Kobe, I said, please stop my phone from ringing off the hook. Is there something that we should do? What's the proper procedure? And they brought up the fact that there was no traffic study. There was, it falls under the purview of the city manager. And I said, well, whatever's the best way to go, that's fine with me. But I do have some questions for staff that I'd like to share with you by calling them to the podium. Chief Hurley, could you come up here?
Mr. Mayor, that's not appropriate.
If anybody gets called, I'll call them, okay?
Okay. Would you mind calling Chief Hurley up here?
Chief?
How do I always get drug into everything?
Chief,
Yes, sir.
sorry about this.
No, you're good. Part of the duties.
How long have you had this job?
It's a little over 6 years now.
In the 6 years that you've been the city marshal, have we had any bad accidents on Live Oak East as a result of there being not a four-way stop at the former location?
Not that at that intersection I'm aware of. I know 331 in Live Oak. Yes, we have.
Okay.
A couple bad ones right there, but not as far as on Live Oak, no.
How about a minor accident?
I'd have to go back and pull some stats, but I don't recall any.
Okay. Has there been any instance about pedestrians being hit, or
Not that I recall.
have you had any speeding complaints?
We have had speeding complaints, yes. I can point them out in the crowd if you'd like me to, but yes, we have had speeding complaints. The problem with doing speed enforcement in that area is the streets are so narrow, for one. To actually sit and use a radar other than a laser radar, there's really nowhere to sit in the vehicle. You can use a laser radar, which we have used.
Did you run radar?
We have, yes, sir.
And what were the results?
So anywhere from, I think the speed limit there's 30, 35, 25, sorry, 25, yeah. Get my, on average, probably 28, 29 mile an hour, just over the average speed limit.
Did you run radar on a marked car and an unmarked car?
So we've done both. Marked car, you get 100% compliance. There's not a lot going on. Unmarked cars where you start getting the, almost 5 over times.
Okay. When the stop signs were up, did it make any difference on anything?
Honestly, they were only up for a short period of time, so I don't know that we could really collect a whole lot of data.
Okay.
We got a whole city to look out for, not just one intersection. I will say that when my guys have gone out there after they were removed, they indicated that there was a lot of confusion whether people should stop or go, and didn't know what to do at the point. So,
Okay. If you don't have anything else to add, I don't have any more questions, but I do have another staff member I'd like to come up, Mayor,
Who's this?
the chief,
Archie?
who runs rescue.
All right, Chief, we're trying to get all these expert
Mayor,
witnesses.
could I ask Chief
It may
Hurley,
be another couple of days before we finish this meeting.
could I ask Chief Hurley a question?
Chief Hurley. Chief Hurley. One more question before you leave.
Councilman,
I have no preference whether it stays or goes.
Councilman Coachman might have asked this.
Yes, sir.
If so, I missed it. Do you think the stop signs reduce speeding?
I would say, yeah, anytime you're impeding the flow of traffic, it's definitely going to reduce the speed because they have to stop.
So they have. So, and if there's been no accidents and no speeding and no citations and all those things on Live Oak, I mean.
And like I said, I'd to give you 100% honest, I'd have to go back to the CAT system and pull what wrecks we've had. To my knowledge, we haven't had.
So you haven't pulled any
I have not.
records
I haven't
for
been
this
asked to,
meeting?
no, sir.
Okay. So if we have speed limits, and I'm not knocking them, but radar is not the only way to check speeding. I mean, so why even have speeding limits on streets if the streets are narrow or brush is blocking the line of sight for radar or whatever? I mean, how do we enforce speed limits on streets where that is a problem? So it seems that if that is a problem, there's no solution to it, then maybe a stop sign is the solution to slow people down. If enforcing speed limits won't slow people down, maybe the stop signs will. I mean, there are signs that measure people speeding, right? And flash.
And I
We
can say
we
with,
can do
with that thought process, the ones on Baldwin Avenue, right in the downtown area, there was a lot of people who felt that there was cars coming there a little hot.
Yeah.
Same area. You can't just sit there in the road and run radar. So that's, I think, why those stop signs were installed there too.
Okay.
And like I said, I don't sit out there on the porch every day. I don't see what goes on 24 hours a day in that neighborhood.
Right.
The residents, to me, if that's what they feel, that's what they feel.
Well, yeah.
I don't live on that street also.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yep.
Chief, you'll come, Ms. Kitch, I'll let you come behind him. Hang on, JB, we got, JB, hold on just a minute, hold on. Come on, Chief.
You don't only run fire, but you run rescue, correct?
Yes,
And you've been with the city for how long?
a little over 5 years.
In the 5 years you've been on the city, has there been any traffic-related instances on Live Oak that you've had to respond to in 5 years?
It was one at Live Oak and 11th Street at the four-way stop sign.
Okay. One accident at the four-way stop sign in 5 years
Yes,
that you've responded to.
yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now, what I'd like to do is explain my process in this. Now, if you call,
Can you keep it under 2 or 3 minutes? We're on item 2.
okay. This was my,
Yeah,
this,
I gotta let all these guys speak after you get done.
okay. I was responding to citizen complaints. I asked questions. What should I do? How do I handle this? And I acted the way I was advised. There were no shenanigans. If there was any shenanigans, it wasn't on my end. And if you want any further explanation on that, I'll be happy to elaborate.
I want explanation.
Okay,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'd be happy to.
I'll give you a chance to come to the podium.
Okay. Ask me then.
Hang on. All right, I'm gonna ask Ms. Kitch if she'll come.
I was just saying, I do know the traffic pattern. There was an accident there, I think we're estimating about 2 years ago. About 2 years ago.
Yeah, we have had accidents at 12th. My issue is not as much, and they may not like me today for saying this, as the stop sign hasn't solved the Live Oak problem incomplete. So there's still issues with it. My issue is that it was taken out after the council voted for it, and that somebody put pressure on an employee with the city to do that. That's my issue. As a council member, y'all work as a whole, not as one person. And you work in front of us, not behind us. And the bottom line is somebody stepped out of line. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yeah, well, yes, ma'am.
Lisa Sorrells, Daviniac. I'm a resident of that neighborhood. The stop sign did not impede the traffic coming off Highway 90. The stop sign did stop us, even though at first I did run it once. I'll admit it, Chief.
I ran it too.
But it did stop us. It slowed us down. We know there's kids. We know there's residents. You know, it's absurd that something happened behind what happened here in that vote. That's what's not okay. Those need to go back up.
Okay. JB, you wanna go ahead? Hey, hang on. Let me let JB, he's been trying to get up 30 minutes.
Longer than that. I'm JB Hiller, resident of Funiac. I've been involved in county and city government for about 25 years. Most of the times that I've got up and spoke has to do with government process. And I see this whole matter here as a violation of government process. the city council passed a motion by a city councilman to install the stop signs. And that was done. That was a vote of 5 city councilmen. It passed by majority. Does the city manager have the authority to take an action that the city council approve without their consent? I've heard nothing in this discussion this evening. There was any consultation between the city manager or any members of the council. I suspect there was not. It was just an action taken. That was wrong. I don't mean to put the finger on the city manager, but the fact is a fact. The city council passed the motion to remove the signs. It should be a motion by the city council. And I suggest that the signs be reinstalled. And if you want to take them down later, follow the due process. Thank you.
JB,
Oh, I don't know what you got going.
did he say that the stop signs were approved on a 5-0 vote?
No, he said 5, and he said the majority voted.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I live on Live Oak. I have seen police cars there probably 10 days in a row because I was walking a dog saying, what's going on? Because I know they're there. That is the road because I ride my bicycle with other senior citizens. We're the old white-haired ladies that are riding around on our bikes all the time. We cross over on 12th because on 11th and Live Oak, it's very busy. You will see 4 people stop there quite a bit. And they don't treat bicyclists like we have the right of way. I will stop for the other 3. The car behind me on Live Oak, they pass right in front of me when I'm going toward the library. I understand that Kobe may have this right, but he had that right on March 10th. If him or the city manager did not speak up and say, this is not for the council to vote on, this is something that the city manager has, then that's y'all's fault. People don't like stop signs. Y'all are getting complaints because we have lights on I-10 and 331 and we need them. I was upset that they didn't have one for Memorial Day. That I don't want y'all to put it back up to vote again to remove it. That city tax money that took those people time to put those stop signs up, I don't want to see it up and down. Vote tonight, do whatever you want to do, but I don't like that it came before the council and then went off. And I do like it. We use it. I walk in the mornings at 7 o'clock. We cross over at 12. My other friend comes over and gets me. We ride every afternoon. And I use 12th Street. I don't like that it happened. It made me very upset. And I just want y'all to know, I've written to every one of you and I wrote to Kobe. I did hear back from 2 council members when I asked, how did it get done? I want the stop sign, but more often I want rules to be followed because I'm a rule follower.
Okay, and I know a lot of you got a question about what Kobe's decision. Now, I did ask Kobe, I said, did you get legal counsel? And he said, yes.
I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, let me chime in on that, Mayor, because I think that does come up. I don't think there's any question that the general ability of the manager to deal with stop signs, placing them or otherwise is something that's within his authority. That doesn't mean the council can't take it up at their level too. It's not one or the other. An individual councilman cannot do it. I believe Mr. Townsend's statement to the council tonight has been that he based that on conversations and information he received, and I take that at face value. But I do want to read a provision of the last time it was updated was 899. It's originally ordinance 506. Sir, you can stay on the podium, but it only takes a second, I promise you. Section 2-45, sub N. The city manager shall see that all laws, ordinances, policies, and acts of the mayor and city council, subject to his or her discretion and supervision, are faithfully executed. He has, within his scope of his authority, a degree of discretion in his supervision. So I'm going to accept what Kobe said at face value. So when he presents to me that he received additional evidence and information that was not privy to the council at the time it made its decision, then I'm going to trust that's the case. Now, Mr. Townsend knows, and he and I have talked about it. He cannot let one council member come in here and say, do this. But also, I want to be more clear. He can't let Councilman 1 come and say, do A. Councilman 2 come in and say, do B. 3 says A. 4 says B. And then the 5th one comes in and says, I want A. That's Poland. You can't do that either. So what matters to me in this discussion is that Mr. Townsend says he has intervening information to make that decision. I think there is a very good comment about it coming back to the council. Councilman Harris and I have talked about this. I discussed with him about having it put on the agenda to have this discussion. And Kobe and I have had this discussion. He understands my position on it, that while it is within his authority, and I believe he was within his broad authorities of that ordinance, updating the council on that after it came back is definitely something that should have been done. I think he probably regrets, and I somewhat regret that for him, we're having this conversation when it would have probably been at our last meeting in May, but perhaps it did. And then certainly it's a learning lesson for everybody on this, and that's why we're having the conversation in public. And as I told Councilman Harris when we talked, having a public conversation about this is the best way to address it for everybody, because I don't want the council or the city manager to ever think, well, the rules are flexible. No, the rules are clear, but you have an ordinance that says very clearly, subject to his or her discretion or supervision. And that ordinance has been in effect since 1984. So we can take that away if you want, but at this point in time, he does have that authority. Now, am I going to sit here if Kobe calls me and says, Clay, I just don't like what the council did, I don't want to do it? My answer is be that's not within your discretion or supervision. But he's got to execute those actions faithfully, subject to discretion and supervision. And so I'm going to accept it at face value. I understand others may not like it, but I'm going to take Mr. Townsend's position at face value. If the council disagrees, he works for you just like I do. But that's my interpretation of how we got here. It doesn't change the fact that this is a worthwhile public conversation that needs to be held because of the citizen inquiry and input.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could, on his,
Okay, quickly.
I'm sorry, I'm on this council. And he said something that I have to say. Or I have to interject this. I'm not going to sit here and allow Kobe to take all the hit for this, because this was brought on. And you mentioned intervening information, Mr. Atkinson. If he has intervening information, he can make these judgment calls and what have you. Councilman Gosen, you said you received a lot of emails and
No, I didn't.
And people what did you say?
I don't do
please?
emails.
Well, okay, calls.
Telephone calls and meeting them on the street and talking to them in church.
Okay, and so this has been fairly recently after the stop signs were put in.
Immediately.
Okay, so this is what I hate to have to say, but
Let me save you the trouble.
Point of order,
No,
Mr. Mayor.
no,
Point of
no.
order, Mr. Mayor.
no, I have the floor. So my wife and I did a farmer's market. And this was during the campaign.
I remember this.
Okay. And you came up to our tent downtown and you made the comment to us.
Yep.
We were the only two people there. I don't know that a customer was at the counter, but you made the comment that when you get elected, we, meaning I, and I assume Councilwoman Hadlin, because we voted against it, your comment was, when I get elected, we will rescind those stop signs.
Correct.
Okay, so you had this way planned before you started getting calls about
The
this.
day they went up.
Okay, so let me finish. So my concern here about this process is these residents feel like you applied pressure to Mr. Townsend to bring this change about and bring these signs down. That is the problem here. That is the problem, and that is the public perception of mistrust and lack of transparency, and that's what I think it is vital that we address tonight. And the stop signs down the road, Mr. Townsend gets his guidelines, we see it's a problem, we get a lot of complaints, which I don't see here we got a lot of complaints. There's no documentation of those complaints. Emails are vital in these kind of conversations. It's public record. And so I think we've just got a problem here with our image that we're going to fight the rest of our terms over this kind of thing being allowed to be done with the wrong purpose in mind. And this just seems to me like it's political.
It is. It is. Yeah.
And we didn't make a political decision. Okay, thank you.
Chris.
Hey, thanks. Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Let Chris, and I'll give
I
it
can
back to you.
respond to this.
I'll give you right back. Let Chris go ahead.
My turn?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about legal, and I want to talk about right and wrong, and I want to talk about shenanigans. Clay, smartest man I know. He's smarter than my entire family combined. The city manager, he's of young, tender years. Has his undergraduate education from a fine school in Montgomery that's Christian-based. He rightfully believes the best about everybody. You know, and I bear you no malice. Clay, you're the smartest man next to me that I know. But I'm going to tell you something. If this is so transparent and so above board, how come only one city councilman knew about it? How come when I ask the city marshal about it, he goes, what? This is not above board. This is not transparent. And I noticed that the only council member that got any calls was the only one that wasn't on the board when it got passed. The Baptist probably rung his phone off the hook. God love them. That's great. They have 4 different ways they can get to Mamie's. You old people will understand what that means. But they have 4 different ways. The former city councilman told me to my jaws that sign was going to go if Mr. Cosin won the election. Right to my jaws, he said that. Now, am I a liar? You want a traffic study? Come by and watch me sit on that porch and watch them. There's your traffic study. I want to tell you something. The man did what he was pressured to do, in my opinion. I could be totally wrong, but I will also like to point out that on 4 of those 4 corners, there were political signs that were not in favor of a certain candidate. And that's really basically all I got to say, except this smells more fishy than Apalachicola at low tide. That's it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I needed that laugh. Okay, so I want everybody in this room and everybody in this city to know Kobe is not the bad guy here. He did not open this can of worms, and he did not dream this up. Before, and I'll give you credit for this, Glenn, before I was elected, that's when the phone calls and stopping me on the street and people in the church, people in the neighborhood, people who actually weren't Baptists. What's up with this? Well, I can't do anything about it. Are you going to do anything about it? Give me time. I might. And I did. That's me. This isn't Kobe. After I got elected, I went to Kobe and I said, I need some peace. Is there any way you can help me? So when you use the word, I pressured Kobe, you were dead wrong. I asked him, can you give me some relief? Nobody pressures Kobe. I don't know if you've looked at me and him standing up side by side to each other, but I'm not going to pressure him. I'm not going to pressure anybody on here. But if you want to look for a villain and a bad guy, I'm the guy. Blame me. As far as being brand new goes, asking how to do this, I was given an option. I took it. Thank you. And here we are. But as far as backroom shenanigans go, you can believe what you want to.
Mr. Graham.
Donald L. Graham, local citizen. Is this the Walton County Board of Commission meeting today? Because I should have got my ticket and popcorn where they carry on. I mean, I had never seen this in our beautiful city. But I'll come to set the record straight. To me, I've been in this city a long time. That was a political payback. That's what it was. And I'm not calling no names, but he know who I'm talking about. So it was political. He already promised what he was going to do. But when you sworn in, I don't care if somebody didn't support you or whatever. You gotta protect and support all the residents of the Phoenix Springs because you work for us. We pay taxes. We do all the things that you're supposed to do. Now, when if you're a city council person and a resident call, what you need to do is say, "Hey, look here, call Colby or put yourself on the agenda." That's what we have, what we call a council meeting. Put yourself on the agenda. A council person do not make calls to the city manager for stuff like that because he's under a lot of pressure. He's appointed. A 5-0 vote, he's done. So, you know what I'm saying? So he know he's under a lot of pressure. You stay away from this man. This man running the daily operations of the city. Stay away from this. Say, hey, residents, call the city hall, call the manager, or put yourself on the agenda. But it's already facts of what he promised he was going to do. But I'm here to tell you where there's one behind me or two in front, we denounce that. So I want to let you know that. That's wrong.
That's your opinion.
Thank you. Anyone else on this particular subject? You come right after her.
Hi, Kim Winterberg. I don't have a dog in this hunt. I think whatever happened, and I'm not excusing it. I've had no experience with Mr. Townsend to make me think that he would allow pressure to come against him, regardless of what pressure may or may not have come. I don't know. I wasn't there for it. But I think the real question is the council going to vote to put the signs back up or keep them down? That was what Mr. Harrison's motion was. There's also been discussion about doing and putting in a policy. It seems to me that if that is going to be the direction that the council is going to go, why wouldn't we do that at the same time instead of installing, reinstalling, taking, oh no, it didn't support it, so now we got to take it back out. And in the meantime, we might not have many accidents, but we might because the public doesn't know whether we're going to stop or not. So my personal opinion is if we're going to do a study, let's do a study, figure it out if it's needed. If it is, put it. If it's not, don't.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hey, Susan Valley. I was on the agenda, but I need to speak now, right? Because okay. They combined it. Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. Do you want to speak before I do? Okay. Okay, a few things. If people are actually calling you and saying that they don't like the stop sign, which I don't know is the case or not, because this is not a matter of public record. So we just have to take your word for that. The neighbors who live on the street, I think we're almost all here tonight. We very much need that stop sign. As I put on my agenda item, there's 5 houses between 331 and 12th Street with children age 12 and under. There's a teenager with special needs. There are at least 2 homes with visiting grandchildren. There are several homes with over 65ers who regularly walk and are active and bike. I'm you're retired. And there are also several elderly members of the community who also walk. I'm on my porch quite a bit when it's not awful like it was today with the humidity. And there are cars zooming in both directions. To your point about the 90 construction, I don't think that was a valid reason to take away the stop sign. If anything, it was more of a reason to keep the stop sign because there are a lot of really angry people who are just ready to hit the gas, and they are zooming down that street. My neighbor who was not able to be here this evening, Courtney, she has a 4-year-old little boy who is learning to ride his bike and is teetottering on that sidewalk on his bicycle. And those cars are zooming by. And the other day he got away from her like little 4-year-old boys do, and it about gave her a heart attack. So cars are going down that road, and he may have only gotten a car going at 28 miles an hour, but I assure you cars are going much faster than 28 miles an hour. They're also flying towards 331 because they don't want to hit that red light. They're trying to get the green or the yellow, which is a reason we have a lot of traffic accidents that happen at that intersection. So anything to slow down traffic on that road is desperately needed. The other thing I wanted to ask about was, even if you felt like the sign was stupid and you didn't like it and it personally irritated you, which it sounds like it did, I don't understand why you wouldn't have spoken to a single neighbor who lives on that block. I've spoken with almost every single homeowner between 331 and 12. Who did you speak with?
I talked to Sharon
No, you did not talk to me.
on text. I got it on my phone.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, point of order, point of order.
Well, my
Okay.
point being,
Yeah.
you did not, I don't
Oh.
believe you spoke with any resident who was opposed to the stop sign. And if you had spoken to more of us, I think you would have found that we were all very happy about the stop sign and supported it.
Okay. I communicated with Sharon. She gave me her,
After
She-
the
she-
sign was taken
right,
down.
right,
Not
right.
before.
All right, hold on. We're not gonna have an open conversation.
This, I got the floor.
No, you don't. I have the floor. You understand?
Not recognized.
Hold on. This is just not following procedure.
Okay.
Let's do things in order. We're not gonna have people
Okay.
from anywhere popping up.
Okay.
If you got a question, if she wants, you don't have to answer her question. She doesn't have to answer yours. So
Right.
do you have a question for her?
I have a statement I'd like to make.
We'll make it quick.
I did communicate with Sharon. She initiated. She told me that she was not happy with the fact that stop signs were down. She wanted to know if I had anything to do with it. I said, yes. And she said, are you going to do anything to put them back? And I said, no. And she said, are you going to put up speed bumps? And I said, no. And we just had to agree to disagree. She was for the stop signs.
But again,
I was not for the stop signs, and I based my decision on, go ahead and read it. You're welcome to read it.
my question,
So anyway,
This thing is getting
I-
way
I- I
off
based-
base here.
I based my decision on not what could happen, but what has happened.
well, I would rather my 4-year-old neighbor not get hit by a car in order
Okay.
for a stop
And
sign.
in the last
to be
5
put
years,
here.
there's been no incidences like that.
Thank God. Good. I'm glad.
We have no history of a problem there.
Yes, but if all the residents wanted the stop sign, why should the city prevent that? If the entire neighborhood, which in this case it pretty much is saying we would like a stop sign there so we will feel safer in our community, why would the city say no? Isn't that in the spirit of the whole charter that you're supposed to represent and help keep citizens safe?
My evidence was no citizens have been at danger.
Just go ahead. I mean, if you got some more statements to make.
Okay, yeah, I'll
Don't
wrap it
direct
up.
them to him.
Okay.
Don't
the-
direct them to anybody, direct them to me.
Okay, that's fine. And the other question, I think a lot of money was wasted. Y'all keep talking about budget, but taking that sign down, the time, and that had to have cost something. And the other statement I just wanted to say was just, like I said, it just felt like none of the neighborhood was asked about this. And for one city council member to decide he didn't like the sign and it should go, just really feels like an overstepping. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, Sarah.
Can I give just a history of this whole thing?
Let Sarah get done and I'll let you come up.
I'm sorry, I've tried very hard to keep my mouth shut, but you know I'm a politician, so I can't help myself. I would like to ask, you say you have a text from him. Did you make that from your personal phone or from the city phone?
She called me on my, texted me on my personal phone.
Okay,
It's public record. I'll be happy to read it to you.
okay, no, I would like to make a records request and have,
Instead of going through the formal, I'll let you have my phone and you can read it
no,
yourself.
sir, I'm making a public records
Just send it to
request.
Mr. Ali, and our city clerk will be glad to send you those copies.
I will take care of
And
it.
Mr. Costa, if you'll just screenshot.
I have got nothing to hide.
Okay. And one other thing I want to say, I know you're new to this job, Mr. Cosin, but when you raised your hand and you took the oath of office, you answer those telephone calls. I spent 12 years in office. I talked to people at midnight, at 6 in the morning, at 8 in the morning.
And that's what I do.
I talked to, so you can't complain about getting phone calls whenever that is your job.
And
Thank you.
may I respond to that?
You'd be better off to leave it alone. Come on, Mindy. Come on, Mindy. Mindy, come on.
A point.
Ms. Kitch, I apologize, but we try, kind of have a standing rule that not twice on the same subject. I understand. Go ahead, Mindy.
You have to be careful when you're a part of a group to tell people, yes, you're going to do this, or no, you're not, because you are part of a group and the group makes the decision. And sorry.
Thank you.
I was only wanting to give the history of how long the traffic study, so to speak, has been going, because I don't think any of y'all know it. There's only 2 people in this room that know it.
Well, I think this is going to go further down the road. You might want to see if you can get that in writing or record it or whatever. Right now, we still have a motion and a second on the floor, right? Is that correct, nurse?
Can we review what the motion?
One more time. This is the last one. We're going to go to a vote.
Sorry, I'm Joanne Crook. I'm Sharon's sister who's been referenced, okay? The communication that occurred was after the signs were removed.
Correct.
There was no communications to the residents who requested the signs be placed, okay, prior to the removal. And I appreciate that Mr. Townsend has the authority, but he was in the meeting and he could have exercised that authority and told the council at that time that that is beyond their responsibility. Okay. Also, to echo Susan's point, the fact that the DOT is redirecting the traffic because of the construction that's going on, that only strengthens the case for needing people to slow down through that area. And the other one was people that don't live there don't know about that sign. Well, if you don't live there, you know what a stop sign looks like and you stop at it. Okay. So I'm having a problem with the process that was followed and the results, but I agree that we don't need to put them up, take them down, put them up, take them down. In the original meeting, which I went back and watched, okay, Mr. Harrison said there are other ways to address speeding, okay? I was walking the dog today and at 11th and Live Oak, where that 4-way stop has been for a number of years, as long as I've been an owner of property here, okay, at least 3 cars just rolled through that 4-way stop. They didn't slow, they slowed down a little bit because they were turning left. So that area is dangerous. And it's the council's responsibility to protect the citizens that live on that street, especially after they had voted for the sign to be put in and no communications to those residents occurred. I agree, but we need a process. But both the city attorney and the city manager were in the room and could have put this to bed when they said, Councilman, you're overstepping your authority. And then the citizens could have gone to the city manager and made the case. In the original meeting, there were a quote of there were 1,500 cars going down that little street on a daily basis.
That's a lot of cars not obeying the speed limit. If you want to go into alternatives, I've got some pamphlets that we can put together that are alternative possibilities for you to consider.
Need to have that
We-
clerk, so I can circulate, please.
Yeah.
Okay, and who?
The clerk,
Oh,
Mr.
clerk, sorry,
Ali.
okay.
Yeah, you're not allowed to come back around
I
here, so.
I apologize. So there's everything from speed bumps, which you already have in the city. I found pictures of them today of 3 at a 3-way stop have speed bumps. There's speed tables that can be put in that don't bump your car if you're doing the speed limit. Okay. There's flashing pedestrian signs. There are ways to mitigate this, but the council needs to be clear in their direction as to how citizens can get their safety put through the city process. Thank you.
All right, we're going to close the floor for comments. We're going to go back to the council. Yes, sir.
So real quick, Mayor, we've heard tonight that it's difficult to get a line of sight for radar and enforce the speeding. We've also heard from Chief Hurley again that the stop signs have been effective. Of course, we all know that stop signs are going to slow people down. So we know they're effective, and we know it's difficult to enforce the speeding. And so I go back to my motion of I'll restate it for people that have forgotten because it's been a while. But I made a motion that we reinstall the signs. And Councilman Beerbaum, you asked about a different motion about the policies, which I think will resolve all this in the future. And look, let's just move forward one way or the other. This is very tiring and very exhausting.
Go ahead.
I promise I'll be short. Over my tenure, I have witnessed decisions go my way, and I've witnessed decisions not go my way when it comes to council. The thing that always resonated with me was and this always occurred for some reason over at the BCC meeting room, we would have some lively discussion at the dais, and a particular council member, Councilman McKnight, would end up not winning the motion. And always at the end of every meeting, he would say, well, I didn't win that one, but I fully support the direction and the decision of the council. And that always stuck with me because that was big of him to do. And so I want to recognize Councilman Harris for making the decision to make a motion to put it back on there when you weren't the one that technically voted. Myself and Councilman Sconyers, along with the other council member that's no longer here, or the ones that actually were the majority of that vote. Also, this was a tough decision for me. I'm not in favor of speed bumps. I'm not in favor of a bunch of stop signs. I'm not in favor of a bunch of traffic lights. I've actually, just in my conversations with DOT, started to raise the issue of how many traffic lights we have between Chick-fil-A and Highway 90. It's insane. There's probably more traffic lights in that 2-mile stretch than there is on all of Highway 98, which is insane to think about. I think that it says a lot about Councilman Harris's stature for him to make this motion. I also don't discount when council members receive complaints, whether it's in support of an issue, or I'm sorry, against an issue, or whether it's in support of an issue. I've received calls on many different topics, and I don't want to discount when a fellow council member approaches me at the dais and says, hey, I've received complaints about this, and I think we need to take up this issue. I have to give that face value. And that's part of the reason why I originally voted to support it, even though personally I didn't like it, because I have to support what my fellow council members are saying and hearing and receiving. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
I like the idea of I'm sorry, Mayor, but I have to say it. I originally voted no, and I'm going to stay with that original statement. However, I do believe a policy, especially if there should have been, if there was, it should have been told to us that night on March the 10th. If there wasn't, we need one, and I'd like to see that first before the signs go back up is a policy, and to have that evaluated, because if it does need to be in, then I'm in total support of it being in. But I'm going to stick to my original decision. So right now, there wasn't enough for me to vote then. I still say no.
Harrison?
Aye.
Dan?
I'm still against the signs.
Okay, so no.
Yes, sir.
Aye.
I've heard enough from the people tonight. I'm an aye.
Okay, all right, ayes carried.
Is this one we can make the second motion, please?
Second motion.
For
All right,
process.
who's gonna make?
Or do we just need to direct staff?
I make a mo,
I want in the form of a motion, given the history.
I want to make a motion to direct staff to come up with a policy governing, traffic control devices.
Second.
That has statistics.
And bring back to the council for its adoption.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion, you second?
That's second.
Any questions or comments about that motion?
Is that motion going to have the process by which you're going to do it and the measuring stick of?
And it'll come to you for approval at this board.
Okay.
Any comments? All in favor? Yeah, go ahead.
Is it going to be expeditiously done? Because to the point, you don't want to put them up, do a study, take them down, put them up, take them down. That's a waste of time,
The
taxpayer
signs are
dollars.
going up. This is a separate
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah, this thing's going up. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Wait, say this again now?
We're making a process, a policy for
Oh,
future
policy,
decisions.
absolutely. Aye, yes, yes, I'm sorry. I was,
Aye.
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 Ayes carried.
Mr. Mayor, can we take a 10-minute recess?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've been in here for 2 hours. Actually, we've been in here for 4 hours. The rest of us over here. So we're gonna take a little, about an 8 or 10 minute break. We're gonna crank back up 10 hours.
Got Michelle, when you ready for me to put it back up?
All right. Call this council meeting back to order. We were actually on the irregular agenda under 4C3. Kobe?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, if you recall, a few weeks back, we'd done a purchasing policy update. The city marshal had some questions. Danielle and I met with the city marshal and his staff, went over those questions and concerns about, how some of this is to be interpreted and done. I think we clarified all of that. Hopefully, we would like to, at some point, I will formalize that in the memo. So moving forward, it's always formalized and there's no more ambiguity or but to that, the one change that he did recommend to the council was under creation of a section 4.021, exemption for law enforcement equipment. And so that's one section. There are two other changes in this document. There was a Scrivener's error on a word toward the end of the mispunctuation. And then in the definitions, we did not change the definition of a fixed asset value of 1,000 to 5. So that's a change. Those are Scrivener's. But the 4.021, it just reads, equipment purchased for the use of surveillance techniques or procedures by the Office of the City Marshal in relation to the daily operations of the police department shall be exempt from City Council approval, required that the purchase is in accordance to Florida State Statute 119.0714, Section 1, Subsection C, and then purchases under this section shall be approved by both the City Marshal and City Manager. Now, to the nature of those purchases, that's sure the Marshal can inform us of those. I know Councilman Heavlin has some language you would like to see added to that. The Marshal provided too, it's my recommendation, if the council are willing, that we add to that purchasing section the mayor as well. Reason for that is Marshall's over the department he runs for, and it brings that forward. I'm here to oversee the city's funds and to approve that for every department. And then the mayor would be a representative of the council, since it would not come back to the council as it traditionally would. So it would be a three-phase process to that, since we are excluding the council on those decisions. So,
Mayor, can we ask the chief to come up? I have a question.
Chief?
Kobe, in that second sentence, there's a Marshall's misspelled. The R's missing.
There's one L, not two L's. I don't know if it says on there too.
It says MAS.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can update that.
How much does surveillance equipment cost? Like what is?
It just depends what we're buying. Most of it, individual items, anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000, most likely.
So that's within your authority anyway?
Right. But the problem is when we buy a water bottle, right? Just using a random object that's got a camera in it. Don't really want that to be out in the public that we just bought a water bottle that's got a camera in it. So
But when we approve your budget, it's already in there. I don't sit and look at your line items as to how you spend it. And it's below the capital threshold.
But we're just, so since we're fixing an issue, it could be where we buy a $10,000 camera that goes on a pole somewhere that looks like a transformer.
What's your spending authority? See, that's where I'm having a little bit of problem because I think it's a little too vague as to, that's my only stumbling block, not to give you permission, but I just want to.
Well, like I said, we don't want to bring certain things out into a council meeting for approval. I know that sounds terrible, but there are certain surveillance techniques that is covered by statute also. That's why we put that in there.
Say that last part
So
again.
there's protections in statute that help us not to disclose certain investigative techniques, if you will.
Exemptions from public record, I think.
Okay.
So, and it can be even things like when we did our servers and some other stuff, there's certain things in there that we don't necessarily want out in the public so they can't hack back in because they know exactly what type of equipment we have.
But these are budgeted items, right? You're not asking for something that wasn't in the budget process and okay, I decided last minute.
If it still goes over it, even though it was budgeted, we'd still have to have council approval on possibly some.
So do we need to, so my thing is, do we need to put a threshold on? I don't want you going out buying $50,000 without us knowing it when we're sitting up here struggling.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't think that,
those types of
right.
things.
I understand that.
But this is too vague and it doesn't protect from that. So I'm just looking for some.
Yeah, I don't know.
Protections on
piece of equipment. We're not in a.
Not that you would do that, but
yeah.
I still need to think of the bigger picture of.
Right.
But I do understand the public safety nature.
Yeah.
Of something that shouldn't be disclosed.
I understand, but you know, like I said, I don't believe that I don't think we have the budget to spend that much in there. But you know,
Because for me, I don't want to sit and look at every little line item that you purchased.
but you
You
should look at every line item.
Well, I know in
know what you're saying,
in the
but-
end I do, but in the beginning,
Right.
when we're budgeting, if you tell me, if I give you $50,000 of operating expenditures, I'm not going to nitpick if you spend, you know, you take it from this line item to cover your cost of a need for
Right.
another line item. I just think this is vague.
Like I said,
And
I
I'm
think
trying
the
to come up with a
last-
solution that-
When I first came in office, we had 0 surveillance equipment. I think we spent $6,000 or $7,000 on surveillance equipment, covert stuff. We're pretty good right this second, but like I said, these are things that have come up with purchasing policy that we wanted
And
to
it's
take
only
care of
for
ahead of time.
surveillance. It's nothing else. Because this language says for
Yeah, well,
surveillance.
if basically it's stuff that if we purchased, we don't want the bad guy to find out that we
Right,
got.
exactly.
So,
What'd you say your threshold was? 3?
what is it, 3?
3.
Yeah, it was 1,000. I think we went to 3 during that last change.
Could we change this language to make it 10? What's yours?
Well, that's what
Well,
I
yeah, what's
apologize, Mr. City Marshal, when I asked this question about the cost of something. But I was under the impression we were talking about things that were above my threshold, like the 20 to 35,000 and above. But we're talking about less.
No, we're just trying to keep certain, that don't have to come to the council.
Oh, anything under 20,000 doesn't require their approval anyways. So
So if
we
it's
would do
under
that
20,
internally.
do we really need the?
But hey, but here's the thing. So we're updating a policy, right? Say we get a grant to buy a surveillance van, right? Mystery machine. And it's going to cost us $30,000. We'd have to get the council approval and it's got to be out in the open. So we're basically trying to make policy thinking ahead so we don't have to come back at the last minute. Does that make sense to you?
So it seems like
That
you need to put
does,
a
but
threshold of a minimum. So if anything less than 20,000 follows the regular procedures, anything 20,000 and greater would then you fall under this
Right,
category.
that'd be fine.
It seems
Like I said, I don't
about.
believe that we're going to be buying anything like that anytime soon.
Well, and for the grant, how are you going to overcome the
There's
the
certain
grant
things,
issue?
like I said,
It's
the
got to
Florida
come to the
statute allows,
council for us to approve the grant,
Florida
does it
statute
not?
allows us to not necessarily make that a public record.
Twofold. If there's an agreement associated at some point, this body would approve it. If the grants do not require matches, according to our policy, then I can approve them to be submitted for.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
So it seems like we're talking about anything above my spending threshold. So if that's the case, if I'm misunderstanding, we would put that as being the minimum. Anything, 20,000 and above would require those dual signatures or triple signatures, whatever you feel. And we can bring that back on the next agenda under consent if you'd like to see that language.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
There was an interesting hypothetical that was just brought up, and Clay, I'd like a little bit of clarification on that. If we approve 10,000 in one budget item or line item under the police department, and then there's also another 20,000 somewhere else, and they decide they want to combine those two budget items to make a particular purchase, what is the policy and procedure for moving money in between a budget line item?
That's a budget amendment at that point.
Okay, so I just want that.
At the finance level, I believe, it's not even one that comes to our level.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's internal within the department unless the council had specified line items of a budget that they dictated how it would be used. But otherwise, it would be internal to the department.
I want that clarified and on the record because I'm aware of previous city managers moving money. As an example, the infamous street paving that we have, not from the police department, was that money was somewhere else and then was actually put into the executive budget, our budget, and then the funds expended out of it for that street painting. And I fundamentally disagreed with that. Now, I made no bones about all that way back when, but that it touched on that same scenario. And
But they didn't go, I know that topic was problematic, but technically from an internal standpoint,
But our line item.
they didn't go over budget though.
They didn't, but they
I don't like
they
the-
moved the money.
That part.
That's what I'm hung up on.
Well, that part's the city manager part. And so if the old city manager did that, then it's my experience that it could be done, Because overall, if we said the budget's $100 and at the end of the day, after they moved 25 from here over to here, it's still $100. So they didn't violate anything from a external place.
But to your point, I can guarantee you, Ms. McDaniel does not let us move funds from admin to executive. She's not gonna let it happen. So.
Yeah, you can't go out of capital. You can't go out of salary.
We do move funds within the same budget, but we do not move funds from budget to budget.
Well, I was clarifying.
Department to
It did-
department. It shouldn't go from one division to another without.
It did.
Well, that's,
And that's
maybe that's just a little
To me, that's
piece
part
of
of
the
this
puzzle that we
conversation.
could
Yes.
clarify in here. It has to be within his law enforcement
Yes,
division.
exactly.
I'm okay
that's
with
what I'm
that.
hunting for. Yes.
But if we give him $1 million, I don't think he should have to come back every time he spends, unless it's on the consent or something, because it's above.
Right. I
certain-
understand operational security on this when it comes to making certain purchases, but I also want
I agree with what you said.
to make sure that we're not just moving money around willy-nilly.
Taken from the fire department to give to the police.
No.
No.
So are we going to provide, is there enough clarity for you guys to come
To
back with
modify
or-
it,
We can modify it to what we talked about having that limit.
We can tighten that up and have it on the next consent. agenda.
make a motion to approve with recommendations.
Second.
Well, I think the council direction was to come back at the next meeting with a consent agenda, so you would see it.
So we're not going to approve this
No,
then?
no motion tonight.
Oh, okay. I'm okay with that.
So do y'all- I think
No,
we
we'll
can
just,
withdraw.
we got direction. We'll bring it back.
Oh, okay.
You ready to move on?
Mr. Mayor,
Withdraw
they need
those
to withdraw
motions.
their motions and seconds.
Say again?
Just have everybody officially withdraw their motions in second for the record.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
There you go.
Thank you. All right, let's go to 4C4.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I believe you had conversations with representatives of it, so we moved to here.
Yeah.
So,
I
be
did.
earlier in it, but-
I had kind of projected that we'd be talking to them in the first 30
Yeah.
minutes of the meeting.
So I don't know.
I don't even know if they're still awake.
I know Raphael's going to call them.
Yeah,
but
call 'em.
Did not hear from in person.
Good call. And,
Who are we calling?
The Hills Across Things representative,
yeah,
Mr. Richard Walters, their legal counsel.
Mr. Bob Stockdale, who's been over all the Killian, which is the big construction company, he actually wanted to be here, and his wife has come down with some horrible terminal cancer, and he's having to haul her to California, so he was not able to be here. So we're gonna communicate by phone.
You should have in front of you, council, as well as what's on the TV
This,
from the representative.
this here.
Assuming he's on the phone.
Hello.
This is Bob Stockdale. Were you going to call Richard Walters?
Yeah, that's who we're supposed to call, Mayor, is Richard Walters.
Well,
I thought you told me that you were gonna put him on conference on your end.
Then he sent you an email, Raphael, that asked him to call him directly. Can I give you that number, please?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll call him.
Yeah, I'm watching the meeting here, but his
oh
number
God,
is-
have mercy.
You can give me his number.
Yeah, 417-888-1014. Did you get that?
Yeah, 3/8.
Yeah, 888-1014.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Bob.
appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, nice seeing you, Mayor.
Mhm. Oh, Lord, have mercy. I hope all of them have been watching this meeting. Now, who are we talking to now?
Richard Walters,
Oh, yeah.
counsel. He is the new attorney for him.
Right.
With his number 4.
Good evening, Richard Walters.
Hello, Mr. Walters. This is Mayor Bob Campbell. How are you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. We've been just having a good time. I didn't know if you've been watching the movie.
I've been watching and learning. So
Richard Walters. I'm a lawyer with Spencer Fain Law Firm, and I have been recently engaged to help CJS 331, who is the project owner, to kind of push some items along that have been lagging. And I appreciate the opportunity to appear by phone. And in the future, we'll make an effort to make sure we have proper representatives in front of council. Due to the, I know you all are running long on your agenda and have numerous other items to cover, so I will be quick with this. One is, I just wanted to reach out, introduce myself, but obviously this Eagles Crossing project, there has, it may not appear on its face, but there's been a lot of effort behind the scenes in making sure that this large tract of land is moving forward with respect to ultimate development and ultimate, adding uses on these parcels that will add benefit to the city of Definiak Springs. One of the first items that I have been tasked with is to pick up and work with Mr. Atkinson to complete the Chapter 163 development agreement. That agreement, I have reviewed the current draft, and I've spoken to Mr. Atkinson last week briefly about it to make introductions and look forward to working together on it. That document, as it sits today, needs some cleanup, but it's not that far off, and there's really, in my eyes, no reason why this cannot be put into a form ready for presentation to council within the next 30 days. And so I'm committed to that timeline, and I will work with Mr. Atkinson to do our best to try to get a proper agreement in front of council for its review and approval.
I think that's reasonable, even with the 4th of July holiday. We should well be able to have some of this council in its July meetings.
Yeah, I agree. And so I'll leave it to that, but obviously we're here to address any questions that you all may have concerning the status of this project, any of the engineering and permitting process that has been in progress for a while. But we're just wanting to, give the city council a meaningful status update, and we're happy to do those in the future as well, so that we can keep the momentum for this project moving.
Questions? Council? Go ahead, Mr. Todd Beerbaum.
I just want to thank you for taking the time to give us that update, and I look forward to working with you on negotiating a strong developers agreement.
Anyone else?
Ditto.
Looking forward to progress.
Yep.
For sure.
Yeah. Is anything we need to say about Cliff Nauer? He's not in the room, so you can say anything you want.
Hey, at this point, though, I do think council, the prior presentation from Mr. Wallace regarding the extension of the PDP would be in order. We can do it for 6 or 12 if you wanted to go all the way out to 12, but I think if we do a standard 6-month approval, that'll keep us on the track we're working on.
So you need that tonight?
I would request us to do that tonight. Otherwise, the PDP's expired. There's no developers agreement to work towards.
Motion to approve the extension of the developers agreement?
The
PDP.
For
6 months?
For 6 months. For 6 months, yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Questions? Comment from anyone?
And let's just show for the record that this extension would be deemed to bring it into compliance as if all prior extensions had been timely. I know they missed one. Is that consistent with your motion, sir?
Yes, sir.
And consistent with the second?
Yes.
Thank you.
All in favor say aye.
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 Ayes carried. Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, you have a good evening. You can continue to watch the show if you want to. All right, where we cut off? Right here? Yeah.
You good?
I got him on there. Okay. All right, get me back on track, Todd.
Termination letter for.
5.
Yeah.
Number 5, okay. 14.5, termination letter. I think everybody got a copy of that?
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Okay.
So, council, on May 19th, T Investments LLC provided to myself and the mayor, and we forwarded that to all of you and the city attorney, termination of the purchase agreement that we have for the old City Hall property. We did see it to be in line with the contract, and so we bring that today, let you know there is no agreement in place on the property. It is the city's, and we're here to see what council's next steps would like to be for this property, if there's a direction or discussion to be had.
Say, put it back out for sale.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think that we need to kind of come up with like a minimum proposition that we'll accept, because I think we're going to get this thing tied up for another 12, 13 months over something that's not serious. Somehow we've got to have some type of checklist or something that to know that we're dealing with somebody that's serious. Now, I'm not saying the last ones weren't. Matter of fact, what had really happened is his buyer had been a buyer from him for years and years. All of a sudden changed their whole dynamic, and they're not even building those businesses to that degree anymore. They're just putting little packages into metro areas and stuff like that. But I just don't want to get tied up with some little nickel and dime thing that keeps us property tied up for 6 to 12 months.
Can we ask Uriah to come speak to us? Because I think, we've been trying to move this property for what, a couple of years?
Yeah, well, not quite. It started actually back in 2013.
Okay, so, yeah.
But we were getting a $3 million offer back then.
I understand, and I would like to explore possibilities or just to see if he has, any thoughts on this or ideas the way that we could benefit from this in some other way.
Uriah Matthews for the record, URIAH, Matthews, 2 T's. Thank you for having me up here to talk on this. I want to kind of update everybody on something we've been working on at the EDA from just like a all around holistic level. One of the interesting things is we don't have a lot of land to offer for economic development as a community. You'll notice just next door in Okaloosa County, they've been working on land for about 15 years. And it's still not yet quite ready, but it's close to being ready. And they've got about 1,000 acres out there. They just won a major project. If you haven't seen it, it's called Project Opal, and it's Williams International. And it is a project that's going to create about 350 jobs. It's going to take up about 200 acres, and they're going to invest $1 billion and put 1 million square feet under roof. They're going to be manufacturing jet engines, and it's probably one of the biggest economic development projects in the history of Florida, and it's by far the biggest in Northwest Florida. I highlight it because I want to stress that it's taken 15 years or so for them to figure that out. It is their second project that they won, and the first project was Central Maloney, and both businesses have yet to build because, again, they're getting the roads paved, they're getting sewer expanded out there. They got about a $50 million sewer project. So one of the things we've been working on at the EDA is we don't have money laying around to get 1,000 acres or 10,000 acres, right? They have a whole 10,000 acre site. There's a lot of history to it. So one of the things we've been evaluating is what properties do we have as a community that we might be able to refer to for the purpose of economic development? I am not here to tell you tonight that that corner property should be used for economic development, but I felt it timely to help you see what we've been putting together. It is a purely draft document inside the folder I provided to you. I'm not asking you to take action on it tonight, but it would be for the purpose of familiarizing yourself with that document. And then the document on the right side of the folder is actually an education document on what's called qualified target industries and NAICS codes. Those are industry codes. The idea here is each individual government would have the opportunity to sort of be become more active in economic development. And the land that you have, you can evaluate whether or not it's for a park, whether or not it's for selling at to the highest bidder, or whether or not it's for economic development. If it is for economic development, then the idea would be that we would have, and in general, we should start having these conversations anyway, to determine what you as a council would like to see in your region for economic development. And when you play that participatory role, when we say, let's offer some property for economic development, we then already know what we're looking to accomplish. And we can go out and market to those industries, and I can go to conferences that are based on those industries to bring them to your community. So it's kind of a timely discussion. I'm not here to say make a decision on it tonight, but I think on that property on the corner, I'm happy to play a role in that we could, be an arm that helps you evaluate your opportunities. And I'll leave it at that, and I'm here for any questions.
Are you at liberty to discuss that lease versus sale thing?
Yeah, so in that document, one of the things that we've been exploring at the EDA is the conversations between leasing and selling property. And again, I think each property would have its own individual conversation on whether or not you lease it or sell it. But there's a reason the commercial, there's a bunch of realtors and a bunch of property owners out there that do leasing, because it's a great revenue stream and it gives you the opportunity to take action again for something potentially even better. And in our respects, the idea would be, you'll see this at the state level. They say, if you're going to sell property, you need to sell it for the highest value. Even at the federal level, you have to sell it for the highest value. And if you're going to do it for something differently, you have to sort of articulate what those discounts are and hold people performatively to that. So when we sell property, we sell it for the purpose of economic development. We kind of help say, because you're bringing this many jobs, you're getting X. Now, the way these conversations start with me is somebody comes in and says, well, can I get that property super cheap? Right? And I have to say, but what are you giving to us? And I have to always reorient them to understand, well, what are you bringing to this community? That is why Florida has created the qualified target industries category, because they've done the research to say when you bring manufacturing or one of these qualified industries, you return a higher income to your community. And so ultimately, leases are great opportunities as well. If you're not selling for the highest dollar amount, you can lease a property that allows you to retain some control. And again, that would look differently for every certain piece of property. But the idea here is if we put some time into thinking, again, apart from this specific property, but in general about what do we want out of economic development, we can define that. And then when we have all those things defined, maybe when you have property, you could say, should we use it to accomplish those ideas of economic development? Is that helpful?
Yeah. In our conversation, you mentioned somebody could come in and build on it, run their business or whatever kind of length of lease we have. You ran some potential numbers of what that could return to the city, and we still maintain ownership of that property.
Yep, and it would be an improved property. So I'll give you an example. Previously, the parcels for economic development have generally been sold around a $20,000, $30,000 price tag. I would say in almost each circumstance, it would have been better to lease them for $1. If we leased it for $1, we would retain the value in perpetuity, and we would have also gotten an improved property that was creating jobs. Again, each circumstance requires a detailed conversation, but the idea of leasing allows you, again, to retain value, to potentially have an improved property upon the termination of the lease. And again, that goes into that equation on whether or not you lease it or not, because it could be an improvement that doesn't provide value in the end. But let's say, for an example, there's a project right now at the Triumph level out in Santa Rosa County that I've been following pretty closely because it offers us an opportunity to do something similar here. They are the details of the individual arrangement of the ultimate lease has not come out, but They received around $7 to $8 million from Triumph to purchase property for the purpose of leasing to a developer. That developer would then put up about $40 million of vertical infrastructure costs to build buildings out that would also retain their value at the end of the term. So if you can think a piece of property is woods today, and if in their case, they might lease it for $1, they might lease it for $1,000 a month. Those lease terms have not come out, but I believe they're going to be attractive because they will have attracted that $40 million investment. And then they turn that piece of property that's not doing anything today into productivity. And at the end of that term, there would have been about $40 million just in capital investment created there, considering whether or not it's still valuable at that and not depreciated. Does that help?
Just to be clear, though, we wouldn't lease it for $1.
No.
Forever.
Sure.
Because that
Right.
doesn't help
Yeah.
us. I mean, except in the really long run. And I think we're all looking for money.
Yep.
You know.
It's just metaphorical to sort of like understand that, you know, if you sell property too low, it might have been worth leasing it for $1.
Yep. Could you potentially throw something to us at some time in the next few days for us to consider what that might look like?
On
I
that,
don't know, unless it's voted on tonight to just put it back on the market. That's well.
I don't have a project that's ready today for that
Okay.
parcel.
Okay.
But this is a more of a broader discussion. I just think it's, you know, my perspective, it's timely to at least have the discussion. And, you know, you are the owners of that property.
You know, my first impression is that's not unique for a lease. Now, Clay, if we lease it, we're not gonna get a nickel worth of tax out of it, are we? Property tax. You know, because, I mean, if somebody buys that and they're gonna put new structure on it, they're gonna spend anywhere from $7-8 million to $15 million on that corner, you know, which is gonna really be a good tax base. And of course, whoever, whether they lease it or buy it, we're gonna get utilities out of it.
Well, and I think to that point, though, I think we should have the discussion from a totality of the dollar, right? So if somebody's going to not pay property taxes, well, then that's part of the value. So what is the value?
Yeah, well, I understand that. We got property, just a little bit out of the city. We'd love to lease.
Clay, is there anything within the current agreement between the city and the EDA that would prohibit the EDA from looking at the properties that we have and bringing us potential lease options or?
No, nothing at all.
Okay. Is that, I just feel like maybe just from as a normal course of action, you know, Uriah's out there, you know, he's even called me up before and been like, hey, you know, I've heard about this, you know, I'm thinking about this, you know, like we were talking about the rail out there towards, as you're going out towards Mossy Head on the other side of the county shop. So I just wonder if in the normal course of business at the EDA, there's nothing stopping him from bringing forward, hey, you know, I've got a potential lease option here and this is the package and correctly identifying that there's a bigger impact here. You know, yes, you might not get the tax base, but you're going to get X, Y, and Z. And as we discussed in our budget meeting earlier, you know, there's different buckets, there's different pockets. You know, ad valorem's about 10% of our budget, and there's other things that make up the rest. So, you know, I think Uriah's doing a great job. I'm all for hearing if Uriah's got potential interest in this, you know, from either a sale or a lease perspective. But I don't know that it necessarily necessitates us rushing off into like an exclusive marketing agreement that, you know, that was presented tonight. So that's my only comment on it. But I do, again, I'm not taking a swipe at Uriah. You know, I think he does a great job, and I can attest he's always thinking about Defuniak and always trying to promote Defuniak.
Yeah, I would just go ahead.
I was just going to try to clarify. I want to be clear. While the contract does talk about exclusivity, that contract is to be negotiated on terms that you would want and agree with. The concept is that should we enter into an agreement for an identified parcel, I would know what you want to do on that parcel that is kind of outlined in the back of that agreement. I would know what you want me to do on that parcel. I would know what kind of jobs you would want if you're open to leasing or selling. But it would be an agreement that you would want And I wouldn't, we've had the exclusivity conversations before.
Right.
The only point would be, we want to spend dollars advertising, whether that's getting me out into an event or putting a parcel or an identified property into a marketing cycle. And I think we would just want to make sure that we're having good conversations so that I don't spend money and then you guys sell it tomorrow for something that wasn't what we all kind of had an idea of. That's all. Not that you couldn't, but the idea would be that we'd be working together for any parcels that you identify that we should work together on.
So yeah, I'm just kind of throwing it out so we could think about these types of things. Because we got hit over the head over that property and the soil testing and all, and I don't think that's going to stop. I think we'll have to go through it again with anybody else that bids on it, although we know, and we've heard from Clay, according to the state, there's no problem with it.
Right.
And I get it, but people still going to try to do that to us, and we know that. So we're going to keep fighting that fight. And I'm afraid we're not going to get a premium for it. Whereas if we open our minds to something other possibilities, we might in the long run be much better off. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there for us to think about a little bit. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I completely agree with you, council member. I think that we can certainly kind of consider all options while, just continuing to allow the property to be for sale. So I'll make a motion that we just authorize the city manager to continue to offer that piece of property for sale with a minimum bid amount of, this is the difficult portion because if whatever I set the floor at, that's guaranteed what it's all going to come in at.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say let's have it at the previous amounts. The $1.75 million is the minimum amount that we'll consider.
I'll second low.
Yeah. Now we're gonna, I just wish that we could get this on MLS, multiple listings. That's a real problem. Let's just, wait for somebody to give us a call. I think we could get a heck of a lot more money if we did that.
Why can't we?
What do we
Why
have to
didn't
do
we?
there, Clay?
We gotta have a realtor who's part of an MLS service to list it for you.
Sure.
Clay, do you want to cover good, because previous council members have brought this up before about commissions and paying a realtor and that sort of thing. Can you give your?
Well, we just have never done it before, and I mean, certainly, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna need to have an RFP to select somebody to do it.
I think it'd be worth it because I think the 1.7 is not enough. I think that's giving it away.
Yeah, I do too, but I know if we're waiting on them to call us, we're not gonna be real limited. Now, what did we do with Naylor before?
I believe he agreed to list it, but I believe he agreed to waive commission.
He did, but I'm just saying, because he didn't do commission, we didn't have to worry about putting it out for bid.
Yeah, well, he said he would do it as a voluntary service to the city at no cost and attempt to obtain any commission from any purchasers. And so that's why we did it. It was a zero cost discussion.
Okay.
How long was that in place for? Do you remember?
I do not.
It wasn't that long.
No, it was a relatively short time.
We had a little bump in the road there.
What was the bump?
It had to do with property at the airport, but anyway.
He represented a seller of a piece of property. The council felt that the council did not like the way that relationship played out with him representing the city on one hand and then representing a seller to us on another.
Yeah, what he did, I don't blame him, but he should have told us. The way he went about it. It's all right, but he's a great guy. I appreciate what he tried to do.
No, there was no ethical violation to what he did. I mean, everything was disclosed. It's just that the council would have probably preferred
Was it appraised by an appraiser when he listed it the first go around? Because I remember seeing the Naylor sign sitting over there.
No, Clay, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I've heard repeatedly over the last 6 years is we do an appraisal, we're pretty much, sealing.
I highly discourage you from appraising your property. One, you're going to spend money for somebody to tell you what your property's worth. If they come in and tell you your property's worth $1 million, you just said 1.7's too low. Well, you firmly believe that. I trust you believe that. But if somebody came to you today and said, well, before you put your house on the market, go get an appraisal. And that appraisal comes in less than what you owe on it. You're like, well, I'm never going to sell it for less than what you owe on it. You say, well, that's the case. Because our appraisals become public record, anybody gets access to them. Now,
But as a client, if I go to sell my house, that realtor that comes that I'm gonna hire goes and gets me comps.
Comps are not
Okay, so
appraisals.
I apologize. Have we ever gotten comps from anybody like Naylor in the beginning when
When
we
he
first?
listed it, he did look at comps on US.
Because that's what I should say. You're
Yes.
absolutely correct. I'm not looking for a paid
No, we
professional
got our
that's an
opinion based
appraisal.
on comparables.
Yeah, we're trying to buy some property at the same time.
Mhm.
Of course, his daddy messed us up because he had just built a big, nice, fancy building, and everything went.
Yes, we built the first new building in downtown Defuniak, and I think they said 14 years at the time, and it ruined your comps.
But yeah.
That is true.
But we do have to get an appraisal if we're buying, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Unless it's under $100,000 and the council votes by a supermajority vote to eliminate an appraisal in those cases. In every other case, can get one up to 500, two above 500.
I guess my thought is like, by authorizing him to continue to allow it for sale, we're not losing anything, right? We're not telling him to spend any money or do anything, but
No.
if we receive an offer, the minimum that we're going to consider is the 1.75. So that's the minimum that we will consider, because that's what we've had previously. So it doesn't hurt anything. I really hope that Uriah can work his magic and maybe come up with either an alternative solution or maybe even bring a buyer to the table. As far as listing it with a realtor, it technically was listed on the MLS, and we didn't necessarily see a bump in showings or interest, even when it was listed on the MLS, even though it was only listed for a short time. I think that I firmly believe there's only 3 properties in Walton County that are like that piece of property, because it's on the busiest corner of the busiest intersection of one of the busiest roads in our county.
Mhm.
So, the highest and best use is for someone to put something there that pays its property taxes, pays its sales tax, and pays its, maybe even gas tax if it's a gas station. That's what will help the city.
Yep.
That's the true help to the city. So that's why I would like to see it at least be considered.
I agree. I just didn't know if that's going to hurt us going quite that low.
Well, we could set it for 2.
So I would say go at least 2. There's now, if we do that,
I'm just wondering, what's the benefit of putting a price tag on it? Why should we set that and not allow the market to? Because it's going to come before us. We're going to reject something that we don't agree on. So why set it in the first place? Let's just say, let's put it back out for sale. And if we get an offer, we get an offer.
So you're in support of just putting it back out for sale, not putting a minimum on it?
I was told
Does that work?
Take the highest offer.
Yeah, I would support that.
Okay.
I was told by a very well-known realtor that they would jump on this thing, do the MLS at no commission.
I would say have them bring an offer to us that we can approve.
Yeah.
So I will modify my motion to have no minimum, that just authorize the city manager to put it back out for sale with no minimum.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
I would just say one more thing about the possibilities of a lease or whatever. If we sell it, as long as they're going by the land codes and all that, we don't really have a choice of what goes there. And it is the prime piece of property in this city.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be a wart right there, right there at the heart of our city. It could be something that hurts other small businesses that have been here for years. It could be those things to consider. At least the lease path, we've got a say in what goes there. We either allow it or we don't. We either sign that lease or we don't. So that's something else to consider about that.
Sure. I mean, some last minute, pull the reins back in their play.
Absolutely. You don't have to accept an offer. I mean, they make it. It's up to this
I
council.
mean, even through their process, if they come back and they sort of alter it to, you know, where it's something just sort of, maybe it's industrial and it doesn't have a finesse for being on that corner. But anyway.
Yeah, we could definitely look at those. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mayor,
So, yeah.
is there any way, Clay, is there any way to protect that corner that really represents this town? Because it's like you said, there's more traffic that goes by there than anywhere else in Uniac Springs.
Yeah, it'd be deed restrictions. You could do it through deed
Could
restrictions.
it be a car wash or, you know, something that, you know, we don't want there, like an oil change place or a used car lot?
You would have to do deed restrictions as you sell it. You cannot do it through your land development regulations.
Can we do it before we sell it?
Well, that
Before
would
we
be at
go
the
through
time
this
of the sale,
process?
you would do a deed restriction.
Yeah.
But wouldn't we have to advertise that to the person that's coming? Hey, we're not gonna allow a car wash. There's no sense in taking up somebody's time and energy to bid on it for us just to say, oh,
We
no,
could
we
we
won't
could
even
publish
think
that.
about I'm sorry?
We could publish that as part of the notice, certainly.
We could approve the sale anyway, so at that point, then we look at the deed restrictions.
Because if he goes back out
The
to,
motion is to allow him to go ahead and put up sale.
Modified,
And your
second,
second.
yes, sir. Modified to remove the minimum threshold.
Lee, have you still awake?
Fairly.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So I think
Got
we got a
public
question,
comment.
Mr.
Yeah, I'm just making sure there's not any more comments here. We got a motion and a second. All right, go ahead. Second, well, go ahead, Lee.
Fred Baker one time told me, he said, when you're trading pocket knives,
Yeah,
the first person to say a number is the loser.
gotcha. I will keep that in
He
mind.
was one of the best
Sarah?
salesmen ever.
He was.
I just have two questions. If I could ask Clay a question. I know the county has, policies, restrictions on, what you can use certain land for. You can't build a strip club next to a church, for example. Does this piece of property have any restrictions on it whatsoever?
Other than the land development code restrictions.
Yeah, and wouldn't they apply to what you allow to be put on there?
Sure, but if it becomes a general commercial piece of property, that's anything that falls under our general commercial designation.
So it could be anything.
I think it's industrial
That's
right now.
interesting.
Well, it's institutional right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And my second question was, I know in the county, I think it was after we got an offer for a piece of property, then we had to do an appraisal. Do y'all under the same
So
restrictions?
the county does not actually have to do an appraisal when they get an offer to sell property. They fall under chapter 125,
Yeah.
disposition of real property, where they have to do a public advertising
Yeah.
and take the high bid.
Yeah.
Cities don't fall under that.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, we're under the 166
You're
category.
under a
not
different
125s.
category. Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just another idea on the line of thinking you guys were having. Is there, can you guys, in your sale, can you identify which zoning categories that you would be willing to sell it
No,
into?
that's contract zoning. That's it.
Interesting. So, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hey, well, just about. Me too. But I trust us to make the right decision down the road. So, aye.
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 That's scary. Thank you very much.
Number 6.
All right, Lord have mercy, we're down to the last
Holy
3
crap,
hours.
we got a
I'm gonna help you out, Mr. Mayor. A motion to approve, well, no, hold on. I'll let Kevin go. Never mind. I'll help you out though. I'm gonna try to move us along.
All right, number 6 is streets.
Thank you, Mayor. So this was Strategic Planning Services
Motion to
RFQ
approve.
2025-02CM. We received 9 responses to that. I would ask that we shortlist that to 3. Allow me to make phone calls over the next 2 weeks to better understand the bidders and what they propose to the city, and bring back a final recommendation to the council at our next council meeting to award, and then follow that with a contract. So
Motion to approve.
Second.
The 3 are Raftellus, Aries, and Solution Focused Culture. That's the 3 I would like to further investigate and bring.
Did you get that, Raphael?
You got that, Raphael?
That was
So if we can have that in the form of a motion, please.
Motion.
Raftellus, Aries is how I'm saying it, AYRES, and a Solution Focused Culture. If there's any-
Solution
if you
focused.
read anybody has any other
All right,
recommendations?
did we get a second?
Yes.
Yes.
Right here.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any other questions from anyone? All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, we'll be looking at those 3. All right, then we're going to go to 7C7.
Okay, Mayor. This is bid for SCADA ITB 2025-04 PW. That went out to bid. We received 1 respondent from Hydro Service in the amount of $395,530. That would be for 45 SCADA with 22 to have an advanced capabilities. I would like to continue this to the next council meeting. I do not see a conflict in our IT bid document for that item. So if we could, I'd like to continue that further information. and bring
Motion
that
to
back.
approve.
Agreed.
Motion to continue.
Okay.
Second.
All right, I have a motion continue in a second. Any questions from anyone? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carry. Thank you very much. And then the fan press.
Fan press ITB 2025-05 PW. This was a bid for a fan press, which is the machine that separates solids and liquids at our wastewater treatment plant. The bid was in the amount of $488,162. There was a recommended additional piece of equipment called a macerator, which would bring the total cost of $520,840. I have spoken with Kyle Jacobs. He does recommend the city move forward with that additional piece of equipment. Macerator is basically a big filter to make sure that there are certain things not getting into the machine that it can't process. So in that instance, I would ask that we award that to Hydro Service in the amount of $520,840. The bottom line, we would pay for this out of capacity fees. As of May 12th of this year, we have just north of $2.1 million in capacity fees. I am going to ask the attorney if it would be appropriate to use impact fees for 6% of this, since it is an impact-wide.
So moved.
So that'll be.
And based on what has been represented by staff, if that's what staff and engineer agreed to, I am comfortable with the
Second.
percentages identified.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions? Anyone?
So the 520 would be broken up 6% out of impact, 40% out of capacity.
We'll come back with a budget on that. Budget.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carry. Thank you very much. And now with the drinking water state revolving fund.
Okay, Mayor, this is Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Design Loan Agreement for the AC Water Main Replacement, DW 660251. This is a loan agreement, amount of $766,000. It is a 50-50, 50 loan, 50 grant. It would be $383,000 of a loan over a 10-year period. This, again, AC Water Main is our biggest water project, so this will start the design. That agreement has 3 conditions, 2 of which we will get with the city attorney about again. We have been through this. This will be our 3rd time sending them state revisions to these documents. And on top of that, they need a signed agreement with a contractor or an engineering firm to perform these services. So within the next 2 meetings, I'll have an RFP back for the council to consider. So we are asking for approval of this loan agreement.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion second. Any questions, comments from anyone? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carry. Thank you very much. Kobe will, done, well, we've got the soil test update.
We're on number 10, Mayor, which is the lift station.
I'm sorry, lift station review.
You're good. So to be consistent with the council a few months back, had to bring back a comparison of current lift stations to the tech manual within 90 days. And today is the 90th day. So the first 2 pages were provided by Kyle, some key distinctions between some of the lift stations we have and the tech manual. Further down, you will see a list, and I do apologize, it's compressed. We had some sort of technical issue. And I can provide better clarity documents for that. But essentially what I asked Kyle to do, and he went through and he looked at every lift station, looked at the wet well, the pumps, how many pumps that we have currently, how much designed for, the bypass pump, the fuel, the panel condition, all those things to kind of give an assessment of what that lift station looks like and if it's deficient or if it's in good shape or average. And so that's what you see here. I think that conversation, this came out of the discussion of us starting to buy more pumps and panels to get these lift stations up to date. And is it to the best interest to replace it with what's currently there as it operates now, or to upgrade it to what the tech manual says? I don't want to speak for Kyle, but he can come up if he wants to. I think we are both of the position that if the lift station, as it sits today, if there are necessary requirements, upgrades to be made to make it better, then absolutely. But if, for example, a lift station that needs a 5 horsepower pump and it's on a 2-phase panel, we really don't see the added value to the city if we were to upgrade that to a three-phase panel and a 10 horsepower pump, because the flows are not going to change at this time. And then as time moves on, if it requires bigger pumps, we will definitely review that. Kyle, is that accurate?
Yes.
So I think that's how we got to this point in this conversation. So
I've been sitting here since 3 o'clock, sorry. I would like to have some discussion about this, but tonight is not the night. So I would make a motion that we table this to the next meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been a motion second. Any questions from anyone? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay.
Here.
All right.
Number 11, the Lake Phoenix soil test update. We discussed that at the last meeting. I do apologize. I was incorrect when I spoke to y'all about the cost. So the company that does our testing now for petroleums and metals, they can do a soil sample test. I told you I was less than $1,000. I missed the $800 part of it. So to do all the things that they can do is $1,433.28. Now that doesn't mean you have to do every aspect of that testing, but if you want to check every box, that's the cost to do it. So it can be done. We will have to find someone to go collect the sample, as we do not dive here. So we will have to find somebody to collect the sample, but it can be done.
So were they going to go down and get the sample?
No, we will have to have someone go do it. We either have to hire someone or have a volunteer go and do something.
Can I save the city that money?
I'd prefer you not, because you're a member of the council.
You reckon you get Davey to do it?
Yeah.
You get
Actually,
somebody else to do it, that's fine. I just don't want any of y'all because.
Is there any, I appreciate you looking out for me, Clay, but is there a legal reason that says I can't? I mean, I'll use any excuse to go dive.
I know you will. What I would be very concerned about is if this resulted in us having to do additional follow-up, the procurement of the samples becomes part of the overall process. And if they say a member of the council did it, they may believe you don't have an unbiased opinion. Example, let's assume you go down there, we get a soil sample, we determine there's contamination, and we apply for a state grant. State said, well, how'd you get the soil sample? One of our councilmen went diving in the lake. And states can say, well, we're not giving you a grant for that because we don't think that's legit. It's just better to have a third party. If we have a third party that can assist the
Yes,
city
we
with
do.
it,
Yes, we do.
then we'll figure that out.
And you're okay with being a volunteer?
I'm fine with being a volunteer as long as they follow whatever collection sample protocols that our testing company requires. We'll get them to sign a liability waiver and we're good.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Josh, if I may.
Yeah.
You're with the sheriff's office. They have to do probably, I'm thinking if it was anything like the dive team I was on, you do a once a month exercise. You do it in no visibility, the worst conditions, because that's what they usually go in. This would be a good opportunity to give the sheriff's office some publicity and give their dive team an exercise at the same time.
I'm sure that they would, but again, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I tell Kobe every time. I'm gonna refer that to Kobe to ask the sheriff's office to do it. And then that way it's the city coming to them, but it's through Kobe handling that matter. I'm sure that they'll do it. It's just.
We will reach out. We can reach out to the sheriff's office. And we'll have Kyle there at the same time for the sample because he'll take it to the lab. Yeah. We'll reach out.
All right. That's it. All right. Now, this is the hiring freeze. You got Nick?
Yes, Mayor. So 4C12 was the add-on out of our
Did we
workshop.
vote on that? Are we gonna take the $1,400?
Oh,
well,
He's moving on to the next item.
Yeah, I guess we do need a motion to approve is what Kobe's asking since it's more than we.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Motion second. Any questions from anyone? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Just to prove the testing,
Yes.
additional testing. Aye.
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 Ayes, carried. Thank you very much. Now, hiring freeze.
Yeah, Mayor, this is 4C12. This came out of discussion from our workshop earlier today. So discussion direction on hiring freeze in lieu of our conversations.
For
I think
discussion's
it's
sake, I make a
prim-
motion to institute a hiring freeze with the exception of the finance director.
Second.
All right, been a motion second. Any questions?
And that was only 6 positions. We're talking about the 6 vacant positions because everything else was filled, correct?
As they sat when I did exercise, so there may be additional. I have to find out.
We had somebody resign today, so is that going forward as well?
I mean, any vacant positions that occur today or
Are
next
there
week
any
would-
other essential positions that we should exempt?
I would say let's freeze it, and if the city manager feels that there's something that rises to the
He can bring
occasion,
it?
he can bring
Okay,
it.
all right.
Yeah, like human resources, she's short a person, right? I don't know how vital that is.
Well, I guess that everyone's short, right? That's the
Well,
reason
yeah,
freeze. So
but
I-
vital.
Well, everyone.
The priority, well, yeah, okay.
Is Julie there all by herself
We
now?
got one raised.
Currently, yes, sir. Well, no, we have a temporary person here open out until we decide on what we're going to do. But I think the council's point, I mean, except for the finance director, I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
If we're
so
going to pick them out.
if she has to take an annual leave day or she's sick or has a problem with the child and can't be, are we gonna just leave HR unmanned?
That's the way it operated for years. I mean, to a certain extent, we've got to be consistent to be fair. And we suddenly start carving out exemptions. Everybody's going to want an exemption.
Mm-hmm.
So to be fair, human resources does fall within the administration department, so it's technically a division. So anything that comes up, we as an administrative staff would carry that load until she returned.
Did you get a second?
Nope.
I guess.
I think we're missing a definition. Mission critical. I would say if the position is not mission critical, we don't need to fill it. So I would say if Kobe determines something is mission critical, then that one probably should be filled.
I just
Does
got
that
one
make sense?
question. When Danielle was saying we had a vacancy today, is that in finance?
No,
Okay.
I was just in HR when somebody come in and resigned.
I was about to say, 'cause
I
there's
witnessed it.
audits and everything else going on.
Exactly.
If you do the mission critical, you just got to give that discretion to Kobe to make that call if he believes it is.
At our level, I'd like it right here. Keep it simple. Mhm.
Do we need a motion?
Mission critical.
We have a first and a second.
Hiring freeze except for the finance director.
Okay. All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carried. Thank you very much. All right. so we-
Mayor, I'll try to fast track, or do we have another one?
No, I'm
We
done.
just got one.
I'll try to fast track D1, Mayor, if you'll allow me.
All right.
Senate Bill 180 has still not arrived at the governor's desk for a decision, and that's what pertains to the inability of local governments to enact moratoria. Should we enact a moratoria under this and the governor sign it today, tomorrow, or the next week, we're going to have to recall it absolutely immediately, given that we have a 14-day or less window to do so, and it is retroactive in nature. I understand the concern, but I believe Senate Bill 180 creates major problems for every local government that it deals with, and I cannot recommend the council enact a moratorium this time. I'd hope we'd have an answer from the governor, but as I understand, the governor hasn't even received the bill yet officially.
Can I do a motion to table until such time as the bill is?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Any questions? Anyone? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carried. Thank you very much. Clay or Chris?
I'll let Chris take the next one, and then I'll take the next 4.
You're gonna take the next 4?
I'll take the next 4 for you,
All right.
Chris, in terms of the readings.
Well, I apologize. It's getting close to my bedtime, so if I misspeak, please forgive me tonight. This is for it's a subdivision on 26th and Van Buren. They're doing 19 lots there. They have capacity for water. There is currently no sewer. They have worked out a pressure sewer main to run down 26th Street, down Van Buren into a manhole. Each home will have their own private grinder pump. So there would be no lift station. That is the responsibility of the city. And once it's installed, it will be handed over to the city and hopefully help the development to the north, which also does not have access to city sewer. So this kind of gets us closer to Live Oak and may facilitate additional growth in the future.
This might sound silly, but okay. Last time we met, the guy, Kurlinski or whatever, came up, and isn't lift station 3 now going to be brand new from the developer? And,
Yes,
and I don't like the fact of
They're different.
grinder pumps in these 19 lots. So
A different one,
say,
not Karleski.
So this is a different project.
no. I know it's a different project, but it's the same lift station. So if it's, wouldn't it feed to
No,
lift
this is-
station 3 if sewer was available?
No,
Which lift station would it go to? 26
no, it's not
then?
lift station 3.
It's gotta go to lift station 1, I believe.
One.
And why, I guess, help me understand, why would we be doing private grinder pumps in these 19 lots versus hooking up to the city sewer?
Well, they will be
Grinder
hooking
pumps
up.
are, we're not,
No,
it's
I-
not septics. They're connected. Go ahead.
Oh,
Explain
maybe
how
I
that works.
missed something then.
We just don't do a lot of grinders here, but they're very common in other areas.
They're very common in the Keys where I come from.
And
That's
in
why
Fre-
I'm
they're very common
wondering.
in Freeport too.
Right, and I've been working with the developer on this.
Okay.
Trying to find a good, viable solution for this project, and there's nothing in that area that they can connect to other than that manhole. So this is the first I'm hearing about the personal grinders, so I'm unfamiliarized with the personal grinders, but each house would have their own grinder
That's
station
it.
connected to their house. So basically, in lieu of a septic tank, they're actually getting rid of their waste by a grinder station. Now, they would be under complete, the homeowner would have to.
They're responsible
Yeah,
for the
responsible,
maintenance
right.
and.
So they've got to
upkeep.
run the line to
Right.
that, to
Well,
where
it's
it's
the
going to
same
feed
as
into.
having whether you're hooking up to a gravity sewer line, you're running the pipe out of your house.
But
into
we're
that.
actually getting their waste
Correct.
in our
Right.
system,
Yes,
just
their
by,
grinder
just
is
by a
pushing it
different
to us.
method.
Right. And
Yeah.
It's processing and
I'm
pushing
okay
it straight
now.
into our pipes.
Okay. I'm okay now.
Okay.
Thank you.
You see it for long runs, and we see it in Freeport where we have geographic shifts, and because of the wetter areas, you can't bury a line as deep.
Mhm.
It's quite common.
Mayor, are they giving any amenities like sidewalks and, street lights?
They are providing landscaping as required by code. I believe there are existing sidewalks in the area. Usually those will come in. What will happen here is that we will approve tonight, hopefully, if the council chooses to do so. Basically, all you're approving tonight is the installation of the public infrastructure. Once that is in, this will come back to council, and that is when we will approve the actual plating of the lots and the other improvements that will take place on those lots. So generally, they will wait until, and this is a little different, but they will wait until the homes are under construction. They will have to provide a bond for each of those lots to ensure that that sidewalk gets put in and that the landscaping is put in. But we do not require that ahead of time because of the damage that will occur during
Gotcha.
the construction.
Got you, Clay. Does the sidewalk count as infrastructure, and is the developer going to be required to put that in?
Well, if it's a requirement, absolutely.
It is
Well,
requirement,
My
yes.
question is it required?
Yes.
Yes,
That's
by
what
our
Mr.
code
Moss
it
is
is.
saying.
Okay.
If it's a requirement of the development, it is.
Yeah, they will have to provide a bond. I believe it's 20%.
120% of the tax, so it's 100 plus 20.
Yeah, but once they get the infrastructure in.
Yes.
Chris, quick question. I don't think Councilman's asking about the bond. He's asking about sidewalks, lights and stuff of that nature. Are those required in our current LDC for this project?
They are, yes.
Okay, that's what he's asking.
Yep.
They have to be put in, short answer.
And this is a little different because it's in an existing neighborhood, so they have streetlights. There are some sidewalks in the area, but we will make sure that it is built to our current standards.
Thank you.
Whenever that time comes.
Question answered. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Chris, have we, and this may not be the time for it, I understand that the plat will come back later, but have we looked at what the traffic impact will be on these? I know previously there was two different subdivisions, well, not subdivisions, but two different developments that were requested in this general vicinity of Defuniak that the council has actually declined to allow because of the impact it would have on those small roads over there. So have we evaluated that, or is this not the right time for that yet?
I believe we require a traffic analysis with each subdivision that we approve, whether it's in an existing lot like this or down at Bay Springs. So we did address that, and I don't think it's going to have a significant impact on the traffic in the area, according to that report.
Isn't that where West Defuniak's parent pick up and drop off is?
Yeah, that's some of my
2 blocks
concern.
back.
Well, it's close, but I don't know if you recall the one that was over there on the practice fields that was 3 or 4 years ago, that we ended up realizing they were going to put in there and it was going to affect that road, and the road wasn't to I forget the
Yeah, it was
term.
very small.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was
And
before
then
my
basically it
time
wasn't
here,
an
so
arterial road.
I'm not familiar with that one, but
Yeah, that was quite a while back, but it was a very small road. This one's not.
I just want to make sure that we're evaluating that correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So all that's been
absolutely.
done? Okay.
Yep.
There is, as he said, there is a lot of traffic, from 1:30 till
Mm-hmm.
2:15, 2:30,
Mhm.
maybe even a little bit longer, but that's big enough
hopefully
kids.
they're all at work
But,
and they'll be
that
coming
happened
to.
any school zone that we have.
What are
Yeah.
the setbacks on these? What are the setbacks on these again?
I believe they've got, if it's zoned R2, which I believe it is, it's a 20-foot front, a 10 in the rear, and a 5 on the sides. And their model here is to build, they want to have affordable housing for people, not necessarily under any government program, anything like that, but they want to build homes that people can afford to get into.
I don't want to wind up in a mess. Like, I know some of this looks similar to Mossy Head with one development out there, but are those going to be
Postage size?
real tight together or?
I mean, they meet compliance with the code. They're not asking for variances from what you have.
Yeah, I don't have a floor plan for what they're proposing, but
It makes code.
meets the code.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve, and that's based off of if they followed everything that's in our code. I firmly believe in property rights, and they should be allowed to develop.
And I also know, I mean, you're dealing with subdivision approval. A lot of places don't have a per se subdivision approval. They have a development order. You get your development order, you go through your development order, and you come back and get your plat approval. We do a true subdivision approval, which is different than a full major development order process and then a plat. I mean, some places skip that all together and just fold the subdivision approval into the final plan. The council changed that many, many, many years ago. And I've had this question before, predates Mr. Wallace. It's so for everybody, I'm going to take one brief moment of your time in a long meeting. You see these not necessarily because you're acting with legislative discretion for the ability to say we do or don't want this, but because if you didn't, under our process, you'd be seeing a plat and the council would say years ago, well, I don't know that we like doing this. You realize all the infrastructure is already in, the streets are already in, they're already building. What do you mean? Well, that's because the planning director approved everything at their level because they could, because it complied with code. So the idea of this is as much to bring this up to the city and to address issues like you just heard with grinder pumps, connections to city utilities. That was the fundamental question that brought subdivision plans in, because we viewed a subdivision, whether it's 4 lots or 40 lots, to be of bigger impact to city infrastructure and utilities. And we wanted our staff, fire, police, and everybody to weigh in if there was an issue at the subdivision plan stage. But we didn't want to force everything into this large scale major development order type of process. Whether that wisdom is good, bad, or otherwise, whether it's prudent, whether it makes sense today or not, regrettably, those would be conversations for another day. But I do want everybody to understand the biggest thing you're looking at here is, does fire have a problem? Does police have a problem? Does our utility system have a problem? If they say no and everything, and there are no variants of salt, it's almost, I won't say a ministerial act, but it's very little above that in terms of council authority.
And my question about the setbacks was just getting into a much bigger discussion for later on with that LDC rewrite. I mean,
Yeah,
I
sure.
think that's extremely too tight, but that's just my opinion. But again, it meets code, so.
Yeah.
Kobe.
I mean, did I get a second?
I thought.
No, I was gonna say, I had a comment too, but if you want to go ahead and get your second first.
I've got a question.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have some?
I do, but he
Go ahead,
beat
Dan.
me to it. Go ahead.
This code that they're getting these sardine can type projects passed, what year are we operating on? I think it's
I believe it's the
1980.
No. Let's see.
Well,
It's been updated since then, but
multiple updates, but
we updated our setbacks. I'd like to say 2 years ago, but time
And
flies.
this is
so
what we decided?
That's what the council decided, yes.
the last update on subdivision regulations was officially part of ordinance 881 of 2017. And it predates that and goes well back to 19.
But we did amend the setback requirements.
Correct, after that. But this whole
Since I've been here.
concept was addressed. Yeah, this whole concept, and we've done setbacks since then, but many of the minimum areas were updated in 2017. The process goes back before that.
The 5-foot side ones were the 2017 version.
So I'm
In
kind
that
of like
district,
you are,
yes.
Josh. I
Yes.
think this needs to be revisited. We need to tighten this up.
It's still, it's a much bigger conversation for another
Mhm.
issue, but I agree with you completely on that. But for
I don't
now,
disagree.
we have no option but to go with what the land development code is for this
Yeah,
type of.
and those are all things we'll look at whenever we rewrite our land development code.
And let's hope Senate Bill 180 somehow gets vetoed, or otherwise you're gonna have to wait 3 years to do that.
All right, we got a motion second. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
Anything more street?
I think this can come back later because this is clearly about infrastructure,
3 years
right,
from
at this point, but the landscape thing.
Yes,
We'll have an opportunity to talk about that later.
yes.
right? I won't do it tonight.
Okay, very
Thank
good. And they did provide a plan. I thought that was included.
What you got, Lee?
I believe it.
But yes, they did show that.
Go ahead, Lee.
Chris?
I lived in Atlanta for several years. They built condos with much closer than this that were great, beautiful, worked well in the community. You know, it just, we got more people here than when I was in high school.
Yeah,
We had half as many people in this country as we do today.
yeah,
We're not gonna have that much property
right.
to build on in the future.
That's true.
So you can't look back in the past and say, we're gonna move to where you gotta have 100 feet. Um,
Yeah.
They
That's
can
true.
do it right.
Okay. All right, any other comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carry. Thank you very much.
When are we gonna get to the questions about the airport funding?
Very end of the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
All right, which one y'all gonna take this next?
So I've got to swear everybody in.
I've sat here this long, I'm gonna take this one.
Well, I'll swear them in, let you
Get
handle
my
it.
money's worth.
There you go. So everybody wishing to speak on the 2025 small scale amendment 04 and 05, which are zoning map and land use amendments for the Jonathan Nash request, need to be sworn at this time. Please stand, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I do hereby swear or affirm
I do hereby swear or affirm
that the testimony I present
that the testimony I present
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mayor, staff, and the applicant's representative are sworn. So
Okay, let it rip.
All right. This is a rezoning. It is property south of B4 Brady's. It is a 3.91 acres. Right now it is zoned R1 agriculture and C1 commercial, and they are requesting a rezoning to C2. So what we would need now is the approval of the second reading of the ordinance and
Motion to
adoption.
approve?
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second.
Don't be in too much of a hurry, guys.
Questions, comments? There's only two people out there can talk. All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carry.
Okay, and this is, yep. Yes, it's ordinance number 985. It's an ordinance adopting a zoning map amendment of the City of Defuniak Springs Land Development Code, changing the zoning designation, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and conflicts, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Let's go to 582, which is your land use.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any questions? Anyone? All in favor, say aye.
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 Mr. Wallace?
Yes, sir. This is ordinance number 986. This is an ordinance adopting a small-scale land use map amendment of the City of Defuniak Springs Comprehensive Plan, changing the land use classifications, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and conflicts, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. All right, this, Clay, you gonna take this next one up? Or?
yes, sir. So this
All right.
is the first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the first reading of Chapter 11 Code Enforcement. This was workshopped thoroughly through the Code and Land Use Review Committee. I need permission to, on first reading, to advertise for second reading, public hearing, and adoption.
So moved.
Motion. Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments from anyone?
Quick question.
Mhm.
Would this also pertain to building, vacant buildings downtown?
What was the question?
It's going to start addressing some of these issues. There is some nuisance issues as part of this.
Okay.
But this is more broadly about code and the way we're going to handle things with the magistrate, but it could address that. That was not the targeted purpose of it, but it does have the ability to address some of those issues.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carry.
Thank you, Mayor. First reading of an ordinance to be numbered, an ordinance of the City of Phoenix Springs, Florida, repealing and replacing ordinance 909 in part and amending Chapter 11 Code Enforcement of the City of Phoenix Springs Code of Ordinances in its entirety. Mayor, the second item I have
Yes. Mhm.
is a request to conduct first reading of an annexation for a piece of property that is 2.08 acres located at Quail Ridge. It says right, it's Quail Ridge Road.
Motion.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Question from anyone? Comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 Ayes, carry.
Thank you. And what ordinance number will this be? Because I need for advertisement, Mr. Clark.
987.
987.
Got it. So ordinance number 97, an ordinance to the City of Phoenix Springs, Florida, annexing into territorial limits, City of Phoenix Springs, piece of property described herein, providing for conflict, severability, and effective date. Those will be advertised and we'll bring them back to you.
Thank you very much.
That's all I
Kyle,
have.
you want to come up?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Kyle Moreau, Jacobs Engineering. I'm gonna make this kind of quick and brief, if that's okay. So,
bi-monthly report for March and April. Completed projects, all the hydrolinks have been installed in all the water wells now, so that's up and going. It's completed. Since we haven't had SCADA, we've also been doing daily checks on all the lift stations as best as we can, and as far as nightly checks as well on some of our main stations. Obviously, we can't check them all because you have 45 of them, but we check majority of them as we can. The bypass at lift station 2 has been fully repaired, so you now have 3 working pumps at lift station 3, or lift station 2, my bad. So that hasn't happened in a very long time, so that's something to be proud of. Lift station 28, we installed a new submersible pump at that station, still needs another one to be installed. Been working with the rehabbing of lift station number 3 kind of extensively with the contractors in the city. Lift station 7, finally, that one's all been complete and repaired. It took a little bit longer than what I wanted to, but it's been done. It's complete. Lift station 2, we also installed new base elbows and repaired some of the base elbows over there at lift station 2 for the other additional pump to set in. So that's been completed. The only factor that we're missing there is a alternating switch. That's a triplex station going to a duplex with 2 pumps. So we got to rehab some of the controls in there, and that will be done hopefully this week. Let's see. The spray field, we ended up putting a new gate valve on zone 3 at the spray field. We've also been working with the farmers, trying to give them a little bit of help fixing some spray heads and some piping that is blown out. Well 10 has been pulled, and it is geared to be back installed this week. They were hoping to do it last week, but they ran into some technical problems there, but it should be, I believe, Wednesday. They should be on site to install that, and we'll get that well back up and going. For as far as spills, we had 3 spills in the past 2 months, minor spills, one at lift station 19, one at 3, and one at 36, which is Winn-Dixie.
What's minor?
Uh-huh.
What's minor?
Less than 20,000 gallons.
Jesus.
Yeah. A little bit out of my control. I don't have any monitoring, so I don't know when it's happening. So that's just an estimate. I have no way of knowing how much it spills because I don't know when it started. So that's just an estimate. So working on that. As far as repairs needed, y'all have the list of everything that needs to be replaced. We're working on that slowly, budgetary things of that nature. The water treatment plant facility max capacity is 2.8 million gallons, 100% permit compliance. In March, we produced 4.3 million gallons. In April, we produced 42 million gallons on an average of 42.93 million gallons a month. And then on the wastewater side, we did have 1 low chlorine violation due to weather related. Reported it to the state. No harm, no foul. Right now, we're looking at about 50% or around 50% capacity on your wastewater plant. March, biosolids disposals, we did 2 containers and 23 liquid hauls. In April, we did 2 containers and 37 liquid hauls. And that is about it. Do y'all have any questions? Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Looking at the report here, you've got several items under the wastewater treatment plant, and it can references multiple times awaiting confirmation on the plan to address the issue.
Mm-hmm.
So is this something that you're needing approval from the city council? Is this something you're needing funding for?
It's more or less just letting y'all know, hey, this is the need, and I'm doing step by step with working with Mr. Townsend on the priority of the needs. Right now, when I first came in, the needs were, hey, evaluate the lift stations, get the lift stations up and going. That was my number one concern. Now I'm working on getting some of the bypasses up and going. And then the electrical panels that me and Kobe have been working on trying to get for almost a year. So these are just things for y'all to be aware of that, hey, I'm working on, but obviously budget constraints and things of that nature, there's a need there. But it is on the list just to keep y'all in the, in the reference of, hey, this is something that's going to be needed down the road.
Do we have an ETA on the plan for these items that are listed?
Not as yet, no.
So when we did the assessment, Kyle did go through and ask him to prioritize things. So we do it one by one. So we prioritized them. We have our budget workshop, our budget meeting this week
Wednesday.
to go over wastewater and water. So in that, we have involved Kyle in that discussion with Randall from operations side and maintenance side to ensure that we have the priorities he's identified. We can start putting funding to those to ensure that we're hitting those marks.
Right.
So he has went through and prioritized these things. So we don't have like 10 things that are priority one. We'll never do all 10 of those because if everything's priority, nothing's priority.
Right.
So he has went and did that one by one.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You good? Any
I'm
questions?
good.
Thank you.
Well, thank y'all.
Very
Thank
much.
you.
Oh, and also thank you very much for approving the fan press. That was very, very much needed, and it's going to be a huge asset for the city. So we thoroughly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good night.
All right, Mr. Lee. I want y'all to know that guy right there. He used to abuse me bad when I was just a teenager.
May I said,
Yeah, you go right
ahead.
ahead.
Again today. Now I'll try to speak loud enough. I picked a horrible day to be on the agenda. I apologize, but I live on Twin Lake Drive. I'm not asking for stop signs. I'm not asking for speed breaks, but we have some issues. The road, I remember back 70 years on that road before I had a driver's license. And it's just not adequate. The city has been patching those roads, that road. They patched it last week on Monday. There's a hole now in front of my house. It's small, but by tomorrow, it'll be bigger. By the end of the week, your car will bottom out. Because they just didn't build a road for the capacity, for what it's doing now. Twin Lakes has Piggly Wiggly and 90 on one end, and they're building 300 houses on the other end. And the traffic's just gonna get worse and worse. They're gonna end up having to put red lights on 90 and on Walton Road. People bike, people walk, go into Piggly Wiggly. Somebody's gonna get run over. Unlike what went on earlier tonight. There are two things you have to take into consideration when you're dealing with neighborhoods and roads. People live on those streets or work on those streets, but they're roads. There are thousands of people on those roads. So the roads have to be adequate. And right now, today, it's not. Kobe spent some time with me this week. And I thank you very much for it because I had a lot more questions on this piece of paper before I talked to him. So supposedly we'll know some about the money from the state in next month.
Well, that's the hope. So after July 1, the state's new fiscal year, the grant we received for Twin Lakes Drive is a fiscal year 26 grant for the state. So hopefully in the next few months, we will get further direction from them.
And to put sidewalks would cost $700,000 to $1 million to put sidewalk.
Yes, sir, I'll give you a rough estimate. So the grant is strictly fixing the road. I know we all had this conversation about looking at lighting, looking at storm drains, sidewalks. I won't go into the whole detail. That kind of brings in the paving policy we've talked about and the assessment. All those things is my goal to bring together. I was just kind of giving an update. 20th Street, just half of 20th Street was $300,000. So I can only imagine the cost of putting sidewalks the entire Twin Lakes Drive. So that's kind of where I had gotten that rough estimate.
So I'm not asking for sidewalks. It'd be nice, and it might save a life or two for all those people that travel up and down the road. One thing that disturbs me a little bit is there's a lot of stuff buried beside and under that road. So we've got to know before we start what has to be done, because our sewage, when I moved back, I moved away for 40 years. and then moved back. And my mother had the house, and there was a lot to do when I moved back. So one of the things was the sewage. Somebody had put a line for the cable along my side of the road and cut through every sewage line on our side of the street. Of course, nobody knew about it for 2 or 3 years or more. And pine trees all up and down that road, and they will fill your sewage line up. And I spent almost $3,500 just to get the sewage working in the house again. And so there's no telling what's under the ground there, what's going on. I'm going to make this a lot shorter. So another issue is I have in my pocket, and I will be glad to show it to you, my water bill, my utilities bill is more than my electric bill. And I'm not the only one in town that has that issue. I know you have your hands full. I know this is going to be a real problem. I had a bigger budget than y'all did. When I retired from the computer business, my budget was $180 million. It's hard. It's hard to make your budget. It's hard to make it work. And we had to make a profit. I'm not going to lecture y'all or anything like that. We've had enough of that. I just need to tell you, people are really upset about how much they're paying for water and sewage. And you have to find a way to fix this. If you don't, they'll find somebody else to do it. And that's just the truth. And I'm not going to help you find all the money you need to find, but there are a few things that I could point out. One is the engineering for our water and sewage. It's been a while since I was on the planning board. So I may be wrong, but I think I know that it doesn't take a 4-year engineering degree or 5-year, whatever it takes to get an engineering degree. It takes about 1.5 years of getting qualified for sewage and water. The city had a bad experience one time because they hired somebody and they didn't write a contract when they sent them off to train them. And when they got finished training, they got another job. Write a decent contract. Don't do like they did when they did the thing with the airport a few years back. Write a good contract. Make sure that they're going to be with you for 5 years or 10 years, whatever you invest in them, or find somebody in the local community that has, and I think there are some people living in Defuniak, or at least one, that's already certified. For a lot less money than we're paying right now for engineering. Now, you may end up having to pay for 2 people, but you still save $400,000 a year. I'm not going to help you on everything, but that's one. I'm just going to give you some more problems. So, the bill right now, when you have a house in Defuniak Springs, I don't know what it is on commercial, but I found out that it's almost $70 for 2,000 gallons. That's way higher than other people are paying. Since some people in communities like Baker pay $15 a month for 3,000 gallons, but that's just the water coming in. That's not sewage. But that's a big difference. So what we're looking at is the $2.5 or so million that we're paying for sewage. The citizens are paying, businesses too. That's a pretty steep hill. And you're taking 22% of that money and putting it back into the city coffers, or did I misunderstood? Misunderstood. Anyway, it's way past my bedtime. Way past my bedtime. And Bob deserved everything he got when he was young. Excuse me, Mayor Bob. So we have what is it, the bird ordinance? You can't kill birds?
Well, what are you talking about?
There's an ordinance.
Okay, I think it's
Yeah,
when you
we got
figure
two
me like
birds
I've
in the
been
city,
killing
yeah.
birds. Maybe I killed a
He's
few
one
back
of
in
the
our
reasons.
day, but dear God, everything was open back then.
Another issue is I ran into this form that y'all have down in the water department. I went into the hospital last year and some friends came over to help water my garden. And they left the water on. So I ended up, they did it twice. In less than a month, they did it twice. So I ended up paying an extra $400 because I couldn't prove that the water didn't go back into the sewer. That would have saved quite a bit. We have some time back, the city council has come up with a form that if you don't fit the form, you have to pay the money. We're losing, how many gallons of water are we losing? How many?
I don't know the exact number. I'm going off our water loss rate that the auditors have provided. They say, what was it, Daniel, 70?
It's a large number.
70%?
74%, something like that, based off of them.
And we're charging the people that you provide the surface for. We're charging them and we're losing more money. We're losing more water than they're paying for. Something's not right here.
Did you use your 1 and 5 year forgiveness?
It didn't fit the form. I couldn't prove it or something. There was some reason they.
Well, yeah, I think it does require.
Okay.
Well, I guess it was because of the sewer, but.
May I make a suggestion? Why don't you put somebody in charge to make the decision instead of having a form to make the decision? Give them some guidance on what you want. But we had an older woman.
She's pointing
One of our
at me.
teachers.
You're the one that decided.
Oh, man. Me and Kobe share that burden.
We had a
But I didn't see
lady,
your name on there, Lee.
it was back,
I don't care. I would have seen it back then, I think.
Maybe he didn't approve it because you weren't nice to him.
I'm sorry,
I said maybe he didn't approve it because you weren't nice to him.
I remember back in the 60s.
I'm always not nice. I mean, when people tell me they think I'm a nice guy, they just really don't know me. Anyway, I break more glass when I go into a building than I can afford to pay for. So anyway, I think we need to make some decisions. Since we're doing a worse job, the city's doing a worse job keeping the water. And these people come up with problems and you have a form to fill out. I've got a friend right now that her gardener turned the water on and left it on, and she's got a bill nearly $600. We had a lady back a year ago, one of our teachers in high school, wife, who was still alive.
No way.
Had a $2,000 bill because water was running out under a house. The city has people that could go up there and look under the house and say, you know, you gotta get a plumber. This is whatever's going on. They didn't do that. We need to be able to, people
Well, aren't
need to
we
be able to make
updating our
decisions.
meters to where we can detect this much easier from City Hall?
We've looked at it for the register portion of it. Was the next step. In terms of going on the property, we do not send city staff beyond the meter. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, you know, if there was, have we done any of those yet?
They get a leak report. If your water runs continuously for over a period of time, you show up on a report and then we send a letter and contact.
How long is the period?
I think it's 24 hours. If it runs continuously for
right
24
to this.
hours, it'll pop you on a
I didn't
report.
get it from them. I didn't get any.
Lee, if you don't mind, this guy wants to say something about
Go ahead.
your particular situation.
She's right about a letter. You get a letter, but it takes 2 weeks to get it. And I got a water bill, like several of them. And mine was the backflow leaking.
Let's get your name for the record.
Larry Anderson.
Okay, thank you.
And the backflow that you guys require us to have is
Yeah.
what was leaking. And then, and also we gotta pay a fee every year to have it, make sure that it's
I
working.
understand.
It's not working. So like just what he said, the water bill's already too high, but when I got a bill right here and it took 13 days to get the bill. So and it was the backflow was leaking, which means I still got 2 more weeks that it took the letter to get there that it was still leaking that I didn't get notified about. So the letter, I mean, used to you would call years ago or whatever, you'd call, but now it's a 2-week letter to get it.
Okay. Well, we'll just have to revisit that, and see if we can improve on our end, but.
Well, what can we improve about what we've already paid, what we owe?
Well, have you used your 1 in 5 year?
Yeah, we used it last year.
Yes.
Because the same
We've done
thing.
this, 3 different times.
And I've done a little checking, and the water is the reason the backflow is not working properly. That is because there's so much trash in the water.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's not working. And then y'all don't allow, which I guess now you do in some cases, the one that don't have the relief. That was $500 to get that changed.
Mm.
And plus, you can't drink the water. And I see, oh, you guys got bottled water. You can't even drink the water. I mean, it just don't even taste right.
Really?
Yeah, really.
What part of town are you at?
It's LNA logging around.
Oh, yeah.
Where at?
It's
Sorry?
right
Highway 83.
North 83, just before you get to Thompson.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a water bill. I mean, I usually don't come up here, but it's getting ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, we got some people that are very concerned about it.
There was 3 or 4 that left because of, like everybody sounds past their bedtime, I guess, but.
Yeah. Well.
That had the
trust
same
me,
issue?
That is definitely, we got several of them here. Been bringing out, we were in budget earlier today.
Yeah.
That is a hot ticket item. We're gonna do everything we can. It's gonna take a while.
Kobe,
Well,
can you
what's the
contact?
backflow for? Isn't that if you have a well that you're required to have a backflow?
Yes.
Okay, if you don't
No,
have a
it's
well-
any connection. It's any connection to the
I mean,
city
if you
system
had a
allow
swimming pool, you had a well.
access to ag meter.
Yeah.
Anything else. It's just to prevent putting water back into our
Yeah, what
main
does it have any of
distribution.
those, though? Why do you have to have?
Is it not a state statute?
It's a policy, and we're supposed to have a cross connection program, but
Okay,
cross
so if I'm
contamination.
mandated to have
That's
that,
mandated.
and I've done beat on it, got it to stop leaking several times, then I get these bills, like I say, 2 weeks, 13 days. Well, why? If I'm mandated to have that, and I'm
That property
mandated.
you bought already had it on there?
Yes, sir, already had it on.
Yeah. I don't know what the history is, and it may be gone away, whatever they had, but they had to have something to require that. And usually it's either like
Well,
swim
Mr.
pool,
Atkinson just said it was.
2 lines, one for your ag line and one for your house.
Well, it's a business.
Well,
But
or
didn't
one for your
Mr.
business.
Atkins just say you have to have it on anything? It says
All
it's-
business.
I think on a business it's required. don't
All
it?
business.
Mine does.
Yeah, I had a business and I had to have one for a long, long time.
I remember reading about it one time. I think there's a state law about that.
It's
Yeah.
cross connection contamination prevention.
Well, yes, me, if I have to have that, and that's what caused the problem, and then I not only just have to have it, I have to pay once a year to get somebody to make sure it's working properly. And
I
I
know, I did
still,
the same thing, yeah.
right, well, that created a problem. That's what I'm at. That's what I'm saying. I was gonna have to pay that kind of water bill when what I was made to have there is what created the problem.
Yeah.
Especially not with the water being, the dirty water going.
Yeah, you can't even drink it. I took the thing apart. It's just, I mean, I sure wouldn't drink it now after I took it apart. It's terrible.
I don't know, Kyle's gone, ain't he? Well, we don't have any of our water people in the room, or I'd ask them. And we can certainly, Kobe can ask them about it.
We'll take a look at it. I think we'll be bringing some things over the next few weeks. We're gonna put some new stuff in motion, which is gonna strengthen our utilities.
Yeah, I hate that you're going through that, but, we'll try, certainly do on our end. We appreciate you bringing it to our attention. And, we'll do our very best to.
Oh, well, I still don't have what I've got here, but,
We can't actually take action on items not on the agenda anyway, but if we have our staff get with him, that's the only way we can help him tonight.
Sure.
Is let staff get with him.
We have another bill that's coming that's off of what we just received.
And if y'all will get with staff, they can work with you. Unfortunately, because it's not on the agenda, the council cannot take action on anything tonight.
Well, I called and that's what they told us to do, to come up here and speak and under the citizens' comments.
Sure, well, you can certainly be on the agenda 2 weeks from now.
I understand, but they're not a citizen request.
Hopefully we'll have some kind of resolution for you before that through.
This is our clerk right here. His name is Raphael.
Okay.
Just call City Hall and ask for Raphael.
Okay.
He'll pick you up.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah, and then just.
may I ask Mr. Lee a question?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because of the hour or if I just misunderstood, or did you say that 75% of the water the city's pumping out of our wells is not getting to the home, that it's being lost in the pipes, the busted pipes?
What
No.
percentage is?
So part of the problem is we need to true up those water readings because I don't think it's accurate information that we have that we're given to the auditors. There's no way we're losing the amount of water that they're saying we're losing.
But on paper, that's what it's showing.
It's
Could be.
something with.
But here's the
Could
thing,
be.
every person has a meter out in front of their house. You pay for what passes through that meter. And I have two. I maintain a backflow preventer at my house and I maintain a backflow preventer at my store downtown. So I understand and I empathize with that gentleman having to maintain one. I maintain two and I've had to replace them and they're not cheap. I've had to replace both of mine.
Okay.
But one thing I learned very early on, long before I was a city council member, was if it's after the meter, it's my responsibility. Period. And I've had to use the one in 5 year forgiveness at both my business and at my house. But there's a certain amount of, like the last time I had a conversation with the guy that helps me maintain all my meters. He said, Todd, you can buy this one for $100 off Amazon, or you can buy this one and it's going to last and I can repair it. And if there's a problem, we can take care of it. I messed around with a leaky backflow preventer that I tried to fix myself for several years and I had to pay for it. So there's decisions that have to be made.
I get it. And that's not the question. The question is the numbers, until we can find out otherwise. The data says we're losing 75% of the water we're pumping out of the ground.
The audit report from the auditors, based off what we bill versus what Jacobs provides in that we pump out of the dirt. We do not bill for 75% of the water that's pumped. We at staff level do not believe that's completely accurate. We are going to get our vendor down here that's over our billing system to ensure that we are billing to scale, to make sure every meter is to scale and they're all on the same scale. That's step one. And then we will move from there. A number of these things over time, AC water main replacement, how many of those asbestos concrete lines are cracked, busted, or the likes? We have no idea. So that's part of that project. The condition assessment that I've been discussing, master plan we're talking about, of going in and cameraing lines and seeing the conditions of them, will also help with this too. So that's the steps we're going to progress through.
Are we running the cameras now in problematic places and collecting data?
Currently, we are not in a preventative stage. We are in a reactive stage currently, trying to get to the preventative stage.
Lee,
On
what
the, on
else?
the, on the face
Go
of it, 70% doesn't compute. There's no
No.
way, if we were losing 70% of the water we pump out of the ground, that means our pumps would be.
I can assure you water management would be here talking to us.
Our pumps have been running 24/7 at 300%. It just simply doesn't compute on its face.
It can be similar to the wastewater treatment plant. We thought we were at 95% capacity and
Bingo.
we're at 50.
Yes.
So it could be that kind of thing.
And how long did that go on? How many city council did we go through while we thought we were at 90-something%?
It went on for 3 years.
I couldn't tell you.
At least
Oh,
3
well,
years, probably
well,
closer to
yeah.
5.
Yeah.
So.
Well, what else you got, Lee?
So I just want the city to think about doing away with that form and putting some people in charge to make reasonable decisions. 1 in 5 years, one size doesn't fit all. You know, some of you I couldn't wear your clothes, right? One size doesn't fit all. And you can make reasonable decisions and not just make us pay more when we're paying more than anybody else around.
Mhm.
And people are really upset about it. When you're paying more for your water in Florida and your sewage, when it's mostly sand, what's wrong with this picture?
Yeah.
And we need to be more reasonable. We need to deal with it person to person, situation to situation. And I'm not asking for extra from me. I'm asking for those people that live in our community that have been here for years and years and years that are getting $900 from Social Security. You know, they just can't take this.
Mhm.
And they're not gonna take it. And let's just be reasonable. Let's come up with a reasonable way to do it, not just try to put it on the side. The last thing I want to say is about the cemetery. I was on the cemetery board. The city has done a terrible job of managing the cemetery. They have not paid attention. The city council has not paid attention to it. They could do some things out there that would bring in some income, but nobody's put any effort into it. The city made a promise to people years ago that they would take care of everybody forever. Do you want to be the ones to tell them we're not going to do it anymore? All the old people in town are going to be upset. We were really upset about the azaleas. You know, you got to deal with this. And there are ways to do it, but I didn't hear any. There are ways to do it. You could do some things. One thing you could do is, for years, they thought we could not bury anybody in that front part of the cemetery. We can. They found that out in the last few years. Why not go back and start selling family plots for $60,000 or $70,000? Within 2 years, I'll bet you'd sell 10 of those easily. That's a lot more money than you're paying out on top of what it costs to do that extra. How much extra do we pay each year?
I think you said 37 we were losing. Isn't that what you said, Kobe?
Sorry, say
How
again.
much are we losing from the cemetery every year?
We transferred this year 97,000 from the general fund.
97?
From the general fund to the cemetery was $97,000.
So when you build a road and you have a little left over, you have to put somewhere. You could pave a road off of that road that comes into the cemetery, run a plastic water line out there so they could have water, and do family pots and charge extra for them, but make it really nice. You could sell a bunch of those. Because right now, people are paying how many $1,000s for just one plot?
$1,750.
$1,750. I mean, I think you could get a lot more than you expect. You could also build a mausoleum, is that what they call them? Instead of that piece of garbage that they built out there in the back that nobody wants to be in. You could build one up front by that pavilion where they kill all the azaleas. You know, it's another way to make some income.
Well,
Anyway,
we appreciate the ideas. We gotta do something out there. Seriously.
something's gotta be done. Good luck. I'm glad I don't have your jobs. I'm through.
All right, Lee. Well, we thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
And, don't give up on us. All right, open it up for citizen comments. Yeah. There you are.
Paul Russian, citizen and business owner. And I come up here, my mama told me to come up here and tell y'all about a lady friend of hers that's her water bill is almost $100 a month. And then she had a leak like Lee's talking about. And they, I don't know if she didn't know how to fill out the paperwork or didn't know the process to go through to do it or what, but then, but they did tell her she could put a backflow preventer in. Well, I don't know what that would do anyway. But they, oh, that's what it was. It was they told her she could put an ag meter in, but I think it was $2,000 for the ag meter. And she said the lady's on a fixed income and, you know, but they've got these new meters now. I know down at Freeport, they've got them, and I expect y'all got some of them that y'all can tell when a leak started and when it stopped. And we had a one down at Freeport, and the people were mad because we was building a house down there, so they just turned the water on at 1 o'clock in the morning and just let it run. And they done that 3 days in a row, but they could tell at City Hall down there that it was done at 1 o'clock in the morning. And so they give a forgiveness for that kind of thing. And so I kind of think like Lee does, that it shouldn't be like a one size fits all. And I love to be able to talk to a person. I hate to get, forms are not my friend.
Yeah.
You know, I'd rather talk to the mayor just sitting right here and just explain my side to him. And then if it's not a go, just say, no, we can't do that. This is what we do.
Yeah.
But just have somebody, like a liaison or whatever you want to call it, but somebody to help that could help older people and stuff just would, anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
Well, thank you for bringing our attention and to the full council. So we will do our very best to certainly improve, if not solve, some of these issues. Anyone else? All right, we'll close the floor. Comments, Clay, let's get the city manager's annual
Yes,
evaluation.
sir. In your packet, you have, the first document is our current city manager performance appraisal. That was what was used for City Manager Thompson. And then below it are 4 examples listed as examples 1, 2, 3, and 4 that have been provided through the Florida League of Cities and ICMA. We are asking for a couple things. 1, to pick which of these forms you want to use. 2, we're asking that the council set up an individual evaluation time with Mr. Townsend. You can coordinate that directly through HR and Julie is what I would request. So that we do it. It is due by July 1st of this year. So we need you to do both of those and get these turned in by then. I will simply comment that I don't have a preference on the version of the form you use, whether you keep the same one or change it. But I will say that I disfavor the use of example 3. It's included for completeness, I guess is the only reason I would tell you it's in your packet, because example 3 does not have a numerical scoring system and only relies on comments. So what one person's good is may not be another person's good. And what does really good mean? Does that mean that's above good? Or is that a pejorative for not so good or pretty good, et cetera? So that's the only one that I could see being problematic, but I'll defer to the council. We do need a motion on the floor.
A motion to discuss.
Well, yeah, I think at this point, y'all can discuss the forms. I'm
Okay.
entertaining a motion.
I was in favor of example 2. I thought it had a good scoring mechanism. It had good things that were solid measurement items that I felt like we could put a score, and I could support it by things that Kobe has done or does on a daily basis. Only thing I did not agree with on that form was the grading scale. So if you look, it says 5 is excellent and 4 is superior, but when you look those up in the dictionary, they're exactly the same. It's like splitting hairs. So the only suggestion I would make to that particular form would be 5 would be excellent, 4 would be above average, 3 is satisfactory, 2 is below average, and 1 is not acceptable. 2, I actually put needs improvement, but I really like that over all the other ones. So those were my comments.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
make a motion that we continue to use the existing form. And my reasoning is we went through a lot of this before we evaluated Mr. Thompson, and we actually came from a form similar to example 2 where the scale was smaller. And we actually expanded the scale from instead of 1 to 5 to 1 to 10 so that we could give more nuance to the grading. So that's why I'm in favor of just using what we've got. I know
Which is which one?
The current one, which has got the 1 to 10 scale on it. I know it may not be perfect and it may not meet every need, but to a certain extent, just like what's been done in the past, it's important to rate Kobe and to be honest about the comments and have that dialogue. But this is just as much of a communication with Kobe as it is a communication with the rest of us. I want to understand how much Kobe is working for the other 4 members of this council as much as I want Kobe to understand what I think about his performance.
Can we have somebody pull that up on the screen? Because I don't, the one he's talking about.
This is it. So will you scroll
So
slowly?
go to the first page of it or whatever.
Right there.
Oh, this?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I didn't like that one at all.
I tend to agree with you because Kobe was aware of that particular evaluation form because he'd been with the city for a while. And to change it now, he took the job under that, knowing what was going to be expected. So, and the measurement tools used to do that. So I'm okay with doing the current form and then, possibly down the road, if we think we can do a better job with that evaluation form, he will be aware of it and he's on staff.
I made a motion. Is there a second on the floor?
I'll second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, motion second. Do you want to continue?
No, I'm good. I'm okay.
You good? Any other questions, comments? From anyone? All in favor, say aye.
No.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes, carried.
All right, please get with Julie, coordinate your time to meet with Kobe, whether you wish to speak to him about the language on that evaluation before or after you perform it. That is your call. But we do need these back by July 1st. Those will be turned in to Julie.
And it's the 9-month period, right? Because he started in.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
If there are any
The
questions, please contact Julie or myself, and that's all I have. Okay.
All right, on the legislative request, I have one planning board member. I have Callie.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion second. Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Yes, for the Tree Beautification Board, I would like to consider appointing Janet Evans, which she happens to be here tonight. She has a lot of patience. She should be counting sheep by now, but is it okay if she introduces herself?
Sure.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mr.
Second.
Okay, that'll be good. But would it be okay if she introduces
Yes,
herself?
of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. There you go.
Can y'all hear me if I don't go to the mic?
Yeah, I think you got this.
Watch me, watch me hobble.
Hi, I'm Janet Evans. I've worked at Lowe's as their live nursery specialist for the past 15 years. I actually retired in 2022, but I go back for the season every year. And I've been following what's going on with the downtown area and become acquainted with Summer and all the activities that she's been undertaking. So I kind of have gotten pulled into things a little at a time. We did the plant a seed at the farmer's market a while back, but I'm just looking forward to maybe contributing some of the knowledge that I have and helping in any way I can. I'm really good at research when people ask questions. What do we do about this, or how do we solve that, or whatever. And I do it on the fly at Lowe's. So, like I said, nothing special about me other than my interest in plants and what's going on in my hometown.
Thank you for your willingness to serve.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, we'll go to.
We got a vote.
Motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, got that now, Mr. Dan.
And for the sake of the time, could I move my two items, the park fence and the airport funding to next meeting? Let's do
I'm
that.
fine with I'm fine with the Florence Park, but I do want to address the airport thing tonight in abundance of caution for certain statutory compliance measures. I think if we'll allow Mr. Townsend and myself a combined 5 minutes, and I don't care if Raphael starts the clock, we can probably get through him answering the question.
Can we just take a pit stop first?
That's absolutely fine if you just take it.
Just give me a minute.
Oh, I thought we were done.
Oh,
I'm
well,
sorry.
yeah, there's a part of this we've got to cover, just to cover everybody on this, and then the discussion is fairly straightforward.
Okay, take off.
Okay.
Raising your hand in school.
Okay,
So I think
Do we need
first
to
on
make a
the
motion to
fence,
move
do we
that?
need to, we're going to continue that to the next meeting?
He said he's going to bring it back, so we don't have to continue it. It's his item, he can bring it back. So the fence will be brought back at his
You can put
request.
it back on the next meeting. Okay. So you want me to wait till Amy gets back or tell you how this came to my attention?
I'm going to set the stage. Councilwoman Evelyn will come back in. It won't be an issue. But I would note that there's a Facebook post that raised certain questions about airport funding. Mr. Townsend's going to explain that. The reason I'm insisting we do that tonight is that, and Councilman Costa and I've talked about this, is not a surprise that I'm about to say this, but this is why I'm having to do it. It was sent to him. His intention was to share that link so that others were aware of it. In doing so, he tagged Councilwoman Evelyn underneath that. No comment was attached. No like, dislike, up, down, for, against, this is what we need to do was done, but that did occur. Therefore, we are disclosing that in a public meeting. Mr. Townsend will discuss the subject of that post at this time. No action is required on that post. But in a public meeting, I'm disclosing that to the extent that he did tag her and she did not reply, I want full disclosure of that. The screenshots of that will become part of this record. We'll provide it to you, Mr. Ali, but in compliance with 286.011 sub 8 Florida statute, or 286.011, the entire series, not sub 8, excuse me. Florida statute, that is a curative measure under the Florida Sunshine Law for protection and insulation of the entire city, the council, and the council members therein. But I would politely remind all council members, and Councilwoman, I'm just giving my initial admonishment, that there's a Facebook post, as you know, Councilman Cosin, attempting to share it, tagged you in it. Don't even know if you received that notification on Facebook, but technically linking, tagging, forwarding links can be perceived and has been perceived elsewhere in the state to be a violation of the Sunshine Law. So we've disclosed it in the public record. We will attach those screenshots. Now it's been made fully public. Council takes any action on anything to do, including this discussion. The public is aware of it, and everybody's covered as best as we can possibly cover it. That is the curative measure under 286.011. So that's why I insisted on doing it tonight, because that tolls anybody's ability to complain about it or take any action adverse to the city or any member of the council. Mr. Townsend, thank you. I think I used up 2.5 to 3 minutes of your time.
Okay, so we'll scroll slowly through it. We'll start with number one. This is in reference to the $650,000 appropriation. This was an appropriation that is now in a grant form that the council did extend. We did extend here a few months back. That expires June 30th of 2026. We are currently in design now of the runway project. So this funding is active, and it is an active grant that was approved by the council. So we can just keep going. We'll just go line by line. Number two, the 2022 committed additional $2 billion secure fiscal year. Okay, that's just a statement. This is all accurate. The terminal project was a cumulative total of around $8.4 million approximately. 1.3 million of that was, you'll see down number 4, was the city ARPA funds. So you all recall the city received roughly $3.4 million in ARPA funds from the federal government after COVID. 1.3 million was directed to secure and finish the funding for the terminal building. The remaining funds, roughly the amount of $2 million, was allocated toward the runway 927 widening expansion project. So of the funds we're going to talk about tonight, the only money of these funds that we currently have in a bank account with the city are the ARPA dollars, and that's our money. So of the 1.3 that was allocated to the terminal, most of that has been spent in relation to that project in accordance with the invoices submitted to the city. The other 2 million is in a bank account here at the city dedicated to the airport fund. The $5.5 million given to the city from the Board of County Commissioners through interlocal, at which point was then re-extended at the end of 2024 until the end of 2026. That we do not have that money on hand. That is at the Board of County Commissioners with the CFO. Our agreement treats that money the same as we do a state and federal grant. We spend it, we submit a reimbursement, they reimburse the city. So we do not have $5.5 million in our bank account. That stayed with the county. Number 3, the FAA provided a grant of $666,067. Again, accurate. That money was a part of the terminal project to the FAA. We have spent every dollar of that. That money was specifically for the apron around the terminal, not for the construction of the building. And those funds have been all expended. Number 5, Triumph, again, accurate. This is a $4.229 million grant for the Hangar 18-19-20 project. Again, I think one of the misconceptions a lot of people have is that we think we have these funds on hand. We do not receive these funds. We pay the invoices. We then submit those invoices for reimbursement, which time the entity, whether state, federal, or Triumph in this case, will reimburse us for the amount submitted. They then deduct that from our grant amount, which they have the money of. We do not get $4.2 million and expend it out. So keep going. Is there any more? Okay, scroll back up to the top. Keep going. Right there. At the bottom of the first paragraph, you'll see the last internal audit that I can, a deficit of $4 million in the airport. Again, we're unaware of any $4 million deficit. The airport is audited every year so first off, it was wrapped into the general fund. It has been for however many prior years. This year in fiscal year 24, you will see that separated. This is the first year you will see all the funds separated. You'll have the general fund. You'll have the airport, water, sewer, gas, sanitation. So you'll be able to see the airport fund in its entirety, not wrapped into the general fund. So we're unaware of any $4 million deficit, never seen it. The city is audited annually, so we would have definitely had an audit in September 2023. So we're not sure where that came from, but that's kind of the information provided to this post.
And to be clear, Mr. Townsend, the monies that have been allocated to the airport in no situation are missing or not where they're supposed to be.
No, and I think again another, and this is probably our fault for not being clear enough. Even though we have a lot of these dollars, we have grants executed on the city's behalf with an agency. We do not always budget that grant in the fiscal year. You will go look in the airport fiscal budget this year. It is a little over $4 million. Last year it was a little over $10 million. Danielle and we are very aware, so is Grant, of the grants, the contracts we have and the amounts associated. What we didn't want to do was go and put $20 million in the airport budget and inflate the budget when we're never going to get around to that money that year. So we are not required to put every dollar in there because, one, we don't technically have it. So you would have seen an inflate in revenues and expenses for the airport when we may not get around to it. So we try to every year look, see where we're at in the project timeline and what money needs to be put in for that. If something comes up, and we're moving faster than we expected, which we are with the 650,000, we make an internal adjustment to bring those funds into the budget, at which point you would see a budget amendment coming forward. So we do that on an annual basis as we review the budgets.
The reason I brought this to the attention of the council is the best way, and y'all have no idea how much of an advocate I am on the airport. And in order to get the public support on this, they need information. And if they don't get information and they do research on their own, sometimes they're missing pieces to the puzzle in their research. And maybe they're not, and maybe they find something that we've overlooked. But it's kind of a check and balance system between us and the citizens, and we're working together to build our airport. And I understand that you've got an idea that you're thinking of putting on a social media platform that could help avoid problems like this. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, so absolutely. So as part of my monthly updates to start next month, staff's working on, part of that, the airport's their operations manager's gonna put together like Mayor Nat schedules, I think I'm saying it right, for every project. And we're gonna have that in there so you can see the timelines where we're at, we'll have the funding, what's associated with that project. But the next step to that is, and I think would be helpful to the city, and we'll see how it goes. We may get inundated and it may be unattainable, is to create a page on the website and a form associated with such. I don't know what to name it, but if someone's looking for facts, submit the form, tell me what you're looking for, and I'll respond to you and tell you the facts of what it is, and we'll get it to you. Hopefully to curtail some misinformation and to people get it direct from the source.
When was this post made?
Over the weekend.
Yeah.
It wasn't on Tuesday?
I don't recall.
It was
I think it was
yesterday.
Saturday or Sunday. I think it was Sunday.
It was yesterday.
It was provided to me on Sunday afternoon.
Somebody sent me a text last Tuesday trying to figure out how to go about requesting an audit with the state against the city. And I showed you that whenever it came through, because that's why I'm asking the timing on this, if it was together. I never responded to the text because I don't know who it is.
So
So
what social media platform did you see?
that's a text
There's
message.
a text
Oh,
message
I'm
it's
to
trying to
him.
figure out if the two correlate together as to why they would have been texting me to try and find
Well,
that out.
they put it out there in the public, so it's not hard to find out who did this.
I just don't engage in it because half the crap that's on there is always false.
Well-
So I've avoided the concerned citizens and nowheres because all they do is provoke negativity towards anything
Well,
when everybody's trying to do the right thing. That's what I'm not frustrated with you about this, Mr. Cosin. I'm saying that that's my frustration with social media half the time, is that it's always half facts at best. And they're always trying to find something wrong rather than city staff or county staffs trying to do the right thing all the time. So that's what frustrates me, is when people think that, hey, there's a perception of everything is wrong. No, not everything is wrong. There's a million projects going on and they're trying their best to keep it going. So that's just me, social media, and that text. So if you'll have to forgive me.
Mr. Mayor, may I add something real quick? The airport's near and dear to my heart. I've been working on it since the day I got here, and purely because I love planes and I want to see something happen at our airport. I am 100% convinced that we grow our airport, we grow this community in a way that fundamentally changes it. That is it. When I first got elected, I had people approach this podium and say, please give our young kids a job that they don't have to leave this community. And when I looked around, I said, Taco Bell and McDonald's aren't going to cut it, and Chick-fil-A aren't going to cut it. What can I do? And that's when I found the airport. So I've been working on this for a long time. And I want to say that at every step of the way, as the mayor can attest, there's been public meeting after public meeting. Everything that Kobe ran down with this, there has been numerous public meetings detailing to the penny all of these allocations of all of these dollars to the airport. It's all out there in the public. And as a matter of fact, if you go back on the YouTube stream for this right here, you'll find them. So I agree with Councilman Sconyers. There's always these little half truths, these gotchas, this false information that we're missing money, and it's just social media. That's all it is. And if we give it light, it just grows. And at the end of the day, it's not true. It's fundamentally not true. All the money out there at the airport is allocated. It's proper. It's been done in a correct way. And it's been done in probably at this point with the airport, probably at least 30 different public meetings, at least 30 different public meetings, all out in the sunshine.
My philosophy, sir, is, if you
Is it
see
short?
Just what?
Is it your philosophy short?
Yeah, if you see a problem brewing, address it, bring it out in the daylight and talk about it. And the people who are throwing rocks, if that's what they're doing, they'd appreciate a little communication. So that's what I'm doing.
But there's been ample communication. And the problem I have with that is, I don't disagree. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I completely agree with that mentality. But as I said, there's been 30 plus meetings and none of them have made an effort to show up to these meetings and actually educate themselves on it. And that's the problem that I have is time after time, we have these meetings in public and then the very next meeting, we have everybody with the hair on fire thinking that we're going to shut down the airport and we're going to destroy airplanes and we're going to do this, that, and the other. When the fact of the matter is, we're trying to actually build a better airport for everybody. The council, I think 2.5, 3 years ago, adopted a mission statement that we would be the best general aviation airport on the Emerald Coast. That was our mission statement that was adopted by this very council. So they make these accusations, but they make no effort to educate themselves before hurling these insults.
Okay.
Kobe, you got anything else?
Well, I just say, let's make sure the public has nothing to say on that, although I don't.
Okay, public, y'all got anything to say?
We have a lot of people here for this meeting.
got
So.
I just got one question though. The ethics violation.
The sunshine.
Yes,
Not ethics,
sunshine.
sunshine.
But has he been through the ethics training since he's been in office to actually know about the tagging or anything else? As far
He
as
hasn't
how
gone
it
through
all-
one of the full League of Cities issues altogether, but that's why we're just being
And
just trying to
that's
be
the
an
only reason I'm
abundance of
asking it.
caution.
If how do we rectify something that took place is through the form of training. Just
Yeah, he
like
signed up.
I go through it once or if not
Assume he's got
twice
him
a year.
signed up,
just
so we're
because-
good.
Just to make sure.
As every new council member, he's brand new. I just want to make sure it's covered so nobody got in trouble for something that was an inadvertent situation. And candidly, I think we're splitting hairs when you're talking about not actually saying something to somebody, but other people around the state have been in trouble for it. So that's why I want to protect our council.
Thank you.
Are you good, Kobe?
No, Mayor. I got
So
a
what
list.
about I want to talk about, so how's that impact me? If what you're saying is he's impacted.
We did
but I
everything.
didn't.
You didn't reply.
You didn't reply, so no
No.
issue, and we brought it out in the council meeting, so we've taken as much curative action as we can.
Which was just whatever your statement was.
We
when
discussed it in a public meeting, yes.
Okay.
We brought it out in public. We attach them as public records. It's there for everybody. The entire communication was did that post and him tagging you in it. We won't do it again. We're good.
The silver lining in that cloud is because I thought all the council members needed to know.
Don't tag.
I would have tagged every one of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So fortunately, he stopped with you.
The only reason I
There's an
didn't-
intersection there.
So you tried to just bless me, huh?
All of y'all would have had some.
The only reason I didn't is because we're not Facebook friends. That is the only reason I didn't.
I try to keep certain things just for family.
All right. So Kobe says he has a list of things there. I'll let you decide.
No, I'm just kidding. I only have one. So the county has completed, or their contractor has completed the 20th Street sidewalk. So that is done. Staff has looked at it and they have officially handed that over to the city. So we are now responsible for the maintenance of that sidewalk and it is completed. So,
Which one?
no, just from Walton Road to ECTC.
Okay, comments? Amy?
Yes, I wrote something. Oh, Kobe, thank you for setting up a new space. Does everybody know that Kobe set us up a little office space over there that I utilized this morning for a couple hours? And I'm really appreciative of that. So he gave us a computer, a desk, and access to, yeah. So I want to thank him for that. And I think I'm
Jesse
so
and them
tired.
took care of that for us.
If
Jesse
I've
and Michael took care of
forgotten
that
to-
for us, fast they could. So.
Yes, sir. We are all exhausted. I'd like to thank the few that's still here, but for your patience and everybody that went home, if you look back and watch the end of this thing, thank y'all for sticking with us. We appreciate that. And I think from tonight, I think it's evident that everybody up here wants to do the best they can do. And I believe everybody's doing that. And I know Kobe is, I know we all are, but Kobe definitely is working hard to the city. He is committed to this city. He's moved his family here. And I know he wants to do a good job. I know his heart and I appreciate it and I want to support him. And I told him, earlier, you know, I'm 69 years old. I know I look 30, but I didn't have to run, you know. I didn't have to do it, but the reason I did it was to help do my part to help make him successful and stay and give this city some continuity. So,
Dan?
The only thing I can say is it's been a long time since I've toted an ass whipping like I got tonight.
Hold that note there.
So I tell you what, it's been a learning experience.
No, sir. I'm done.
I don't want any more.
Yeah, y'all ain't allowed to comment after that. I'm sorry. I'm there.
All right, about that. Anything to it. That's what you gotta close up. Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Last thing to record.
Goodness.